Okay, let's just put this up on Twitter now. How is everyone doing today? Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, almost everything's all set here. Okay. Hello. Okay, so let me get back to the game here now. Okay, so I told you guys that I would be doing a Saboteur 100% stream. Sorry it was a little delayed, but yeah, we're still doing it. I haven't forgotten about it, and I'm gonna, after I finish that Trevor, Brad, and lore video, I'm gonna make the Saboteur lore video. Okay. Hey guys, how's everyone doing? I heard that Rockstar made a response about that, but I honestly don't expect much to be done. That's good, Mr. Waifu. Can you guys hear me and hear the game good? Because I don't normally stream PC games, mostly console games. So this, can you guys hear the game and me good? Okay, cool. Okay. So, even though we beat the Saboteur, there's still a lot left to do. So, huge chunks of France still have to be liberated. The game is loud. Is the game too loud, guys?
It's honest work.
Ah, I must watch.
You're not a bad sort. Not at all.
Please turn down game volume. Okay.
What have you heard? This Paris.
Okay, let me see about turning it down a little bit then here. Yeah, because I don't normally stream on PC, so I'm sorry everyone then. I stream console games mostly. So it's okay. Okay, does this sound better now? Is this better? Is it worth getting a game 100% completion? Well, I like getting a game 100% completion knowing that I finished everything in the game. Thank you, Ant. Okay. Okay. When are you gonna do a lore video on me? Hey, Nico. One day I will. It's a lot of projects to do. So all of these dots here, guys, these are you know, Nazi targets that you have to destroy in the world. You know, kind of similar to Just Cause, but it's yeah, there's a lot you can see to destroy in the world. And the thing is, though, there's only two parts of the map. There's really actually only two parts of the map that you can actually that you can't liberate. And the two parts of the map that you can actually never liberate is you can't liberate this place, Saarbrücken. So this area is always going to be black and white. The areas that are black and white are always the most oppressed. And Normandy. is the only other place that you cannot liberate fully. And the reason you can't liberate Normandy is because that's where the Allies actually land in like 3 years. So Normandy is the same place where Saving Private Ryan takes place, the D-Day landings. This takes place Nazi-occupied France. Okay. Yeah, it's an open world World War II game. You don't really see a lot of these games out there. I did a whole playthrough of the story. The story's already completed.
Oops.
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't know how that's not hitting that. Okay. See if I can hit the blimp. Oh, I got it. Okay. Nice. Yes, I did. Oh, there's another one too? That. Alarm level 3. Okay. There are some pretty unique ways to escape in this game. Okay, I'm gonna fight that zone right here. So these are like fight back zones that the French resistance has, and if you kill enough Nazis, they will back off and retreat.
Gunfire!
There we go. Fight back success, okay.
Eine Waffe! Ist hier irgendwo! Finde ihn!
Also, the, so baffling how this ideology spread after World War II, especially during the 1970s in the United States and other countries that were affected by it. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, Victor. Thank you for the super chat, though. Let's lower the music. We're gonna take this down here because I have to lower the music because if I don't lower the music, I'm gonna get a copyright claim here. But yeah, like I said in my streams before, there's like a lot of really stupid people that for example, that they think that the Holocaust never happened, just ignorant, dumb people. But, you know, then there's like, you know, there's people also that'll, like, for example, they'll say that the Soviets were worse, which the Soviets did a lot of, like, you know, really bad things too. But I think the Nazis were just much worse than the Soviets, because the Nazis would have just they would have literally, you know, killed every single person in Eastern Europe, and they probably would have eventually, you know, Germanified the French and the Nordic countries. Okay, let's see here. We got a gas station we can probably blow up, but knock this propaganda speaker down. Hello, since you play World War II games right now, your thoughts about the Battle of Castle Itter in May 1945, when some German, yes, I know about that. It was like the last week of World War II in Europe, and it was the, it was like, it was a German Wehrmacht unit that didn't, that wanted to help the Allies, and then there was like the SS that were in the castle. Okay, let's see here. Okay, hang on. Got an idea here. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna see if I can get a disguise somewhere here.
I didn't see anything. I wasn't even here.
Okay. I'm sorry you dealt with that, Mr. Waifu. Let's see here. Okay, we have RDX charges here too. Okay, put that right there. The disguise doesn't protect you completely, like you can't get too close to them. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be a massive explosion in a little bit. No, the last battle of World War II in Europe was the Battle of Berlin. No, there were still, even after Berlin fell, there were still a few battles after that. They weren't as big as the Battle of Berlin, but there still was a few battles after that. Let's see here. Okay. It's time to get clear, because this is gonna be a big explosion right now. Ah. Why can't I detonate it? Great. Ah. Damn. I think I think it was that I was too far from the charges. That's what might have happened.
I'm selling more now than before the war.
Go away.
Let's go see the arms dealer here.
I've heard the pigs. They're deserting.
And Santos isn't here anymore. You know, Santos, you killed him in the catacombs. So a lot of people didn't notice that, but
protection.
okay. And we'll buy more of the bridge killers too. Take the silence pistol and the Panzerschreck. I know the executioner pistol is powerful, but I try to do stealth as much as I can always. I'm not sure about that, Mr. Weifu. Yeah, the climbing in this game is really well done. Okay. Ah. Okay, tower destroyed. This is better to use here, yes. This is the Saboteur. A lot of people actually never heard of this game. I finished a playthrough of it a few days ago. Is this on Xbox? I believe so. It was my first Platinum trophy on the PS3. Wait. Okay.
Deadly shot, that.
Yeah, so you gotta play this game like a resistance fighter. You can't just run and gun or they'll kill you really quickly.
Tapping guy. Just a foul.
Damn. Okay. Oh, well, surprised that we didn't trip an alarm there. Okay. Tower destroyed. Destroy this now too. Okay. We got an SOE drop here. That's the SOE is the British secret group. I forget what it stands for, but it's. Okay. Should this game get a remaster? Oh yeah.
Piece of cake.
Okay, hide in here. Well, it was the predecessor to the MI6. I think it's a suppressed Walter PPK.
No, then.
Are we going for another 6 hours tonight? No. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to destroy in the world here. Ah, damn. I messed up.
The other girls. I like them, but I don't trust them.
And when you actually beat the game, the Nazis actually don't appear in the club anymore. Hey Pro, sorry that I didn't join on yesterday's stream. I was hiking with my family. Also, congrats on hitting 250,000 at the taxi job, man. Thank you. You don't have to apologize to me, man. Watch the streams whatever you want.
Laurent, weapons, monsieur.
Okay, let's go take out a bridge then. Take this car. Okay, where is there a bridge? Oh, up there, I think. Have I played any of the Splinter Cell games? Oh, I played a few of them. Conviction I played. There we go. Okay. Tower knocked down. And the cathedral. I know there's a few things here at the cathedral that I missed.
What have you heard? Is Paris burning?
Okay, I'll detonate these searchlights in a little bit here. Okay, this other collectible, this is probably on the roof of the church. When you beat the game, do the Nazis stop existing? No. You can never... When you beat the game, basically the color comes back to the world. So the world is... Remember at the beginning of the game, the world was all black and white? The color comes back to the world. The color comes back to the world when when you do something to really hurt the Nazis, but you're never able to fully kick them out. You can, like, you know, destroy like a lot of these their stupid whistles. Okay. You can destroy a lot of their infrastructure, but you can never fully kick them out because this game takes place in 1940 to 1941. So this is like very early in the war, and so the Nazis aren't kicked out of France officially until the U.S. arrives in the Normandy landings. Well, then even when they arrive in the Normandy landing, it's still going to take them a full 2 months to kick them out. But what I like about this game is I like you play as like a resistance fighter. That's what I like about this game a lot. And it does pay tribute to the resistance that fought during World War II. Because a lot of video games don't really cover the resistance. The resistance sometimes appears like side characters, but never really as main characters in a game. Like, you know, almost every game that takes place in France during World War II, you actually play in 1944. So it's like when the U.S. is like liberating France, you know, coming in with the Normandy landings, but you never see like the Nazi occupation early on in the war. And so, you know, this game does that. It shows you like this game starts out, so right when you start the game out, like the first part of the game, it's before the Nazis have taken over France. So France is like, you know, free at the beginning of the game. And then what happens is you then they invade later on. You escape Germany, and they conquer France. So it shows you the fall of France. And okay, how do I get up here? There's a way to get up here. I know that. I know about that. There were small pockets of resistance, Nazi resistance that stayed in France. Okay. Oh. Okay, wait. Okay. Climbing in this game actually can be very hard sometimes. I actually consider it much harder than Assassin's Creed climbing.
Bloody brilliant!
Like, it's so easy to mess up on this climbing. It's not as easy as it looks. Imagine a game like this in the Imperial Japanese occupation. Well, the thing about this is I think they should make a Saboteur 2, make it like in the Pacific. Maybe make it in 2 settings. I can think of doing like in the Philippines, because there's like a lot of Filipino resistance that was during the Japanese occupation. Or they could do one maybe in like China. Maybe they could do one in like Hong Kong or like in Singapore. Or Singapore's not part of China, but maybe like Singapore they could do one. Singapore, you know, Hong Kong or Shanghai. I could see them doing something like that. That was And unlike Assassin's Creed, you don't have the, when you climb up to one of these spots, you have to then get down. You don't have, like, one of those, you don't have those, like, yeah. You don't have those, like, hay that you can just jump on and it'll be over. That doesn't happen. Now I have to figure out how to get down from here. It can get a bit ridiculous trying to figure out how to get down from some of these places. So you see how hard it gets to just climb in this game? You see this is Assassin's Creed is so much easier. No, I can't climb the way that I came from, Patrick. It doesn't, no, because I can't climb all the way up to that. You guys see that? That's how difficult it can get to climb down in this game sometimes. But yeah, what I was saying is, what I appreciate about this game is that this game does pay tribute to the Resistance, which, the thing about this is that, honestly, like, when I see these, like, I see these, some of these, oh, and I gotta show you guys something funny here, hold on.
Auf die Verkleidung fällt niemand rein. Who's the Ubermensch now?
I wasn't even here.
This is how you escape a wanted level in this game sometimes, like this.
time.
That's actually how you escape a wanted level. There's a trophy on the PlayStation, I remember to do that. So that's how you escape a wanted level.
Well, that was easy.
Did the Nazis ever use Zeppelins during World War II? I think they did, technically, for travel and stuff, but I don't think they used them for military reasons. Because, do you know why they had those giant airships in World War I, but they didn't have them really in World War II? It was because anti-aircraft technology had come a long way in 20 years, and so all the money that somebody could spend to, like, build a giant Zeppelin like that, they could build dozens of fighters instead. So that was, Oh, what do we got here? Okay, this I could store this, actually. I wonder if I can store this.
No time for repairs.
Is that a Panzer tank over there too? It's left too. Okay. Need a perk to store it. Oh, right. I think I do. Let me see here. Can collect APCs. Oh, I gotta collect every Nazi vehicle already. But, we'll use this tank here anyways. God. That's a Gustav railgun. So what? It's a Paris gun from World War I? Oh, I guess I don't know the artillery. Okay. But yeah, the countryside in this game is really good. I know there's a lot of people that were saying that this game, that the map actually looks really realistic for, like, Paris and the French countryside. Is that true? Has anybody ever been to France before? Let's get over here. This is actually made by the same developer that actually made Mercenaries 2, by the way, this game. What did you eat after the taxi missions? I cooked some fish, and then I went to sleep. That car right there.
Ich greife von der Seite an! And stay down!
Whoa, whoa. Okay, this is a very rare car. It's the Gestapo car. It's, you get a challenge for, like, storing all these vehicles. So, to get 100% completion, you also need to store these vehicles. Can I play the devil inside me? Sure, I can play that game one day. I haven't, Okay, let me see here. Okay, the garage isn't that far away.
Maybe a new car, yes?
Okay. And let me see. No, this isn't World at War. Collect every Nazi vehicle, 1 of the 12. Okay. No, this game has a good ending to it, but you're never able, even though you killed the main antagonist at the end of the game, you can't you can never really fully liberate the map. You can do a lot of damage to them, but you can never really fully liberate it because, like, the U.S. arrives in 3 years. Okay, I think that's a V2 rocket there. Okay. Okay, that was easy though. Panzer Shrek comes in handy for stuff like that. One level. Something up here that I missed. I'll do a stream of Hell Let Loose one day. Oh, I think this is a jump. Yeah, this game actually has stunt jumps like GTA too, so you get 100%, you gotta get all the stunt jumps done. Probably not a good idea to cross there. Great. Might have to just abandon the car here. Was the V2 rocket ever used in World War II? Oh, yes, it was, but it wasn't used until near the end of the war.
We'll see how proud you are. With my fucking boot up your arse!
Okay. Is the P-40 Warhawk a good plane? I don't know much about planes. I know much more about World War II firearms. But here's the thing about the V2 rocket that a lot of people actually don't know about it. The V2 rocket was mostly developed as a terror weapon. It was specifically designed mostly to target civilian areas. It was meant to hit cities and cause massive devastation. And so V2 rockets would actually pummel like London, and they would just hit civilian areas in London and just, you know, blow up several blocks and kill dozens of people. The Nazis developed them to like break the will of the Allies. See, there's a bridge. Okay, there's a bridge not too far from here. What plane or planes had that screeching noise to scare civilians? You're thinking of the Stuka. It was the Stuka that did that. Okay, wait. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, let me see if I can actually spawn the, my favorite gun in a World War II game. Oh, it's,
I think I'd go tits up without me smokes.
Hang on a second. How do I... There's a button to call the resistance in. Okay, no, that's the smoke. There's actually a, there's a trophy on PlayStation, remember, for Sean to smoke 100 cigarettes. Okay, no, that's how he smokes a cigarette. That's the button for cigarettes, but, okay. Oh, I think I figured it out. Okay. Am I near the road? Yeah, they might not follow me up the road, so it's,
Stop! That's for Jews! Ah!
Yeah, he would have heard that in real life, because suppressed weapons aren't fully suppressed. There we go. The World War I missions for Battlefield 1 were pretty cool. No, I didn't know about that, Nico. Back in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, what do you love about the missions of their own accord when it takes place in Washington, D.C.? I guess it was unique. You didn't really expect it. Okay, I gotta turn around. The bridge is here, this way. Well, I've tried to play World at War on the channel before. I actually did it almost 2.5 years ago. And when I played World at War, I actually got a strike.
Nothing to see
I don't know
here.
if you know that.
No, nobody special.
But the strike
Ignore
that
the
I
Nick
got...
with the bomb.
The strike that I got for playing World at War, it was, they said that it was harmful and violated the harmful and brutality policy. What do you think about the machine guns with water cooling jackets? What machine gun are you talking about? People were asking me before what I thought was the best gun of World War II. That's a very subjective question. Oh, okay, so this is to knock out the bridge, the train bridge. Okay. It depends. It depends on the situation. I guess it depends on the front, too. When it comes to the Eastern Front, I think the best weapon on the Eastern Front was the Soviet SVT-40. You know, semi-automatic rifle, 10-round magazine, but you weren't technically supposed to load it with magazines. You were just supposed to load it directly in the receiver. But I think it was the this game or PS2 Medal of Honor. Wait, what do you mean, Sean? This is the Saboteur. This is a PS3 game, but it's also on PC. But the reason I think the SVT-40 is probably the best rifle on the Eastern Front was because, you know, semi-automatic, and the SVT-40, you know, had an adjustable gas system, and it wasn't as bad as the G43. Like, a lot of people think that, you know, there's this misconception that people have about, like, you know, firearms, for example. People think that just because it's a German firearm, they think that it's, like, perfect and it's not going to fail or anything like that. I don't know why. Like, there's, like, people think that German firearms are always the best. That's not true. But, yeah, the SVT-40 was the better rifle over the G43. The G43 just had too many parts to it. It was, like, all these small little parts to the rifle. It was too complicated. The SVT-40, while it wasn't the greatest rifle, it did much better than the G43. You know, on the Western Front, and in the Western Front, I would say probably the best gun would probably be the M1 Garand. You know, the M1 Garand is probably the best rifle of World War II. Semi-automatic, and it was just... The thing is, because the M1 Garand actually didn't use detachable magazines, it used clips, that's actually the reason the US was able to mass produce it, because it was cheap.
Right gun, you are.
Wow, look at how he fell down. Okay. Okay. Those machine guns with big barrels. Oh, the Victors, the Maxim machine gun. Yo, a lot of World War I machine guns. Pro, what do you know about the Kar-98? You know, the Mauser Kar-98. It was a, you know, I think this is the Kar-98 that I have right now. Yeah, this looks like this is the Kar-98, I think. I can't even see the front of it. He turns too quickly, but I think this is the Kar-98, yeah. So it's Kar-98 was, you know, Mauser rifle. You know, 8mm Mauser. It was a 5-round internal magazine. It was the standard issue of the German army during World War II. But the thing is, a lot of people don't know this. The Mauser action had existed for a very long time, and a lot of rifles actually used the Mauser action. The Springfield 1903, the American bolt-action rifle, actually uses a Mauser action. And Germany actually, during World War I, actually sued the U.S. over that. So it was that. It was the Arisaka. The Japanese rifle, I think, uses a Mauser action. But I don't... Yeah. I think that also uses a Mauser action. The most Nagant isn't a Mauser action. The Lee Enfield, I'm trying to remember whether that was a Mauser action or not. I'm not sure. But honestly, I think the Arasaka is a better rifle than the Kar 98. I think it is. Let's get up here. Final one. Okay. Okay. Bridge destroyed. Okay.
Hard work is good for the soul.
Okay. So the resistance sabotaged the tracks. This game looks incredible. Thank you. Okay, there's one more bridge. Okay, right across from me, too. But the reason I think the Arasaka is a better rifle than the Kar 98 is because the Arasaka has a it has a dust cover which actually protects the bolt. It has a monopod which you can just, use it, put it down and you can get better accuracy with that. Kind of like a bipod but a single leg. It has also, the Arasaka has a button that's right next to the trigger. A lot of people don't know about this, but if you push that button, it actually unloads all of the rounds. Where in a lot of different bolt-action rifles, it can get a little tricky to unload the rounds in it. Some people say that that's a bad idea, that there's a button underneath the trigger to unload all the rounds in the Arasaka, but I actually don't think so. I think if you know what you're doing, you're not going to push that button. So it's, but it makes unloading the Arasaka just so much easier.
Versteckt sich in der Nähe!
Great.
You aren't worth a fucking air.
Ah, damn. The MG42's on the bridge. Well, at the end of the war, a lot of their weapons were bad. Okay. Get out of here. Okay. Okay. We have destroyed a lot of stuff in the countryside. No, I haven't heard of that gun.
For a fair day's pay.
I haven't stored this in my garage. Might as well store it right now. What DLC in Battlefield 1 is your favorite? Either the French DLC or the Russian DLC. Actually, I like the naval DLC too. I like that one too, actually. So I liked all of them, really. I don't think there was really a bad DLC in Battlefield 1. They were all good. But yeah, speaking of Battlefield 1, the French get, like, a really bad reputation, and, like, people, there's a lot of really stupid people out there that, like, call the French cowards. But during World War I, that battle in Battlefield 1 that you actually see in Fort de Vaux, that was actually part of the Battle of Verdun. In real life, the French surrendered that fort, but they didn't surrender it for the reasons you think they surrendered it for. The reason the French surrendered the fort in real life was because they ran out of ammo. The Germans kept taking the fort, and they couldn't take the fort, and then eventually they were going to starve the French out, and so that's why the French surrendered, because they had no ammo left, but they fought on till the last man. What happened to France in World War II, though, that was just a bunch of, stupid, military decisions. It was a bunch of the commanders were at fault for that, but France fought on. And so that's what I like about this game, is that this game does pay tribute to the resistance fighters during World War II, which oftentimes people forget about in World War II games and movies. here. But I'll say this, guys. The people that make fun of the French and call them cowards, what I'll say about those people is that those people don't even have half the courage that the French resistance does. You think those same people who call the French cowards would have like the courage to fight back against the Nazis during Nazi occupation? I don't think so. So it's you know, in this time period, this was like really scary. You know, imagine like, you know, the Nazis, the Gestapo just kicking in your, you know, door at 2 o'clock in the morning and taking you away, and you never be heard from again. You know, that happened.
First day
Bro's
with the
next
new
video,
league.
visiting Paris in real life and comparing it to the Saboteur. Yeah. Did you ever play Freedom Fighters Revolution game set in modern times? Yes, I did. I played Freedom Fighters. I beat it, actually. I remember that game. It's when the Soviet Union took over New York. Thank you, Bunny, for the super chat. Okay.
Ist in der Nähe. Wir finden ihn.
Er hat eine Waffe! Der Führer! Ah!
That tower, maybe this one I can reach. Okay, cool.
That ought to get their attention. Bloody
Oh, that was
hell!
close. Okay. Is Hitler referenced in this game? I don't think they say his name directly, but they say that the Nazis say Führer, and they in the game, like, I think Sean says that there's like one point when Sean says like some crazy guy in Berlin started this all. That's what I think Sean says in one line in the game.
There.
The AK-47 is based off the STG-44.
Let's move.
That is partially true, but not completely. It's not what you think. The gun itself, the AK-47, isn't a copy off the STG-44. Do you know what is a copy off the STG-44? The 7.62x39. It's a copy off the 8mm Kurz. So it's the bullet. The bullet the AK-47 fires is a copy off of the German STG's bullet, not the STG-44 itself. That's what a lot of people actually get wrong.
Pardon. It's my fault, sister.
I haven't collected this vehicle. Okay, might as well collect it then. Have I seen the show called The Wire? No, I don't think I have.
Hey, you're new.
What game is this? The Saboteur. Okay, let's see here. League of Nations was not an effective organization. The League of Nations was useless. They did really nothing to stop a lot of stuff. Like, Italy invaded Ethiopia. The League of Nations did nothing to stop that. You know, Japan Japan invaded, you know, China in 1937. The League of Nations did nothing to stop that also.
Sind, haben Sie nichts zu befürchten. Ihre Reisepapiere? Sofort stehen bleiben! Ihre Papiere!
About fucking time.
Okay, let's see here.
Maybe it's finally over.
Seltsam.
Kann sich nicht ewig verstecken.
Bleib sofort stehen, du Mistkör.
Oh, he's across the street. There's one.
Christ.
Trying to see what rifle this is, but I can't even tell.
My skin crawls.
Okay. Do you think the UN peacekeepers are effective? In some situations, yes. In others, no. Like, basically, like, one of the worst things that the United Nations has done is, there's this country called East Timor, which is in Southeast Asia. And basically what happened was, it was the 70s or the 60s, I think it was. Indonesia, because it borders East Timor, invaded East Timor and conquered East Timor. And Indonesia's excuse for invading East Timor was they were claiming that the communists were about to take power in East Timor, which wasn't true. It was just an excuse for Indonesia to annex the country. And what happened was Indonesia had occupied East Timor for like 20 more years. And it was either the late 80s or the early 90s where the independence movement started growing in East Timor. And so Indonesia decided to give them a referendum. And what happened with that referendum is that Indonesia thought that it would settle the East Timor independence once and for all, and Indonesia was fully confident that like East Timor was going to vote to stay in Indonesia, and the United Nations was deployed in that area, and what happened was the East Timorians had actually voted for independence, and the Indonesians were completely shocked by that. They weren't prepared for that, and the East Timorians I think voted like 70% independence, and the Indonesians thought that they wanted to be part of their country, but they didn't. And what ended up happening was the United Nations afterwards did nothing when what happened was Indonesia had supplied these militias and gave them weapons. And these militias basically went into East Timor and were terrorizing people in East Timor and just butchering them and killing them. And the United Nations actually did nothing about that. And the people who actually stopped the killings was Australia. So it wasn't the United Nations, it was Australia. Australia actually invaded East Timor and they took down the Indonesian militias and they stopped it. And so that was, Australia had to fix the problem, but it was the United Nations made a big mess in East Timor. And that was the late 90s. Okay, so I got it a little bit wrong. But that was like, so United Nations, sometimes their peacekeepers can be helpful, but other times, like what they did in East Timor was a massive failure. They failed to protect the people in East Timor from the Indonesian militias, and it was just a really, really bad time for East Timor. Okay, let's see here. Also, this place right here is actually from the trailer. So when you see the cinematic trailer and you see like that general that Sean kills in the cinematic trailer, that's actually from this area here. Damn, this guy's getting annoying. Okay. This will cause a distraction.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, this will probably cause a distraction here too. And it'll convince those guys over there near the tank to actually come over. They'll go towards the explosion. Yeah. So you see, you can use explosions to your advantage. You can make them move.
What a rocket!
Oh, great. Ah. You have to take cover quickly in this game because they will chase you down and kill you very quickly. Okay, ah, damn. Man, this guy's annoying.
Oh crap, I sprung a leak.
Back here! Loose!
I don't know how he survived that.
Überrascht! Von der Seite!
Okay, that's a bit ridiculous. He would survive that. Okay. Gotta figure out a way to get to the top of this building. There's gotta be a way. This is the Saboteur. It's a bit difficult to figure this out here.
You're done, boyo!
That's a gun!
Yeah, see, it can get a bit ridiculous to climb. Okay. Okay. There we go. They need to remake a Flashpoint. What, Operation Flashpoint? If that's the game you're talking about, I would support that. I like the Operation Flashpoint games. The most ridiculous one weapon, probably the rat tank. Yeah, the rat tank was probably the most ridiculous one. Wait, I got no...
Mir reicht's! Shite!
Oh, damn, the tank got me. On PC, GTA Online is still not safe. Yeah, I'm gonna be setting up the PSP emulator to play Chinatown Wars. The Mafia video games are cool games. Okay. We could okay, we could go and destroy that okay. In here, what's in... How do I get in this area here, inside there? What are your thoughts on the Liberal Democratic Party in Japan? They still downplay the atrocities till this very day. Well, I don't know the political party that you're talking about, but I am aware that the Japanese do deny their atrocities, a lot of it today. They've admitted to some of them, but a lot of them they either deny them or they downplay them. Like, I think did the Japanese government publicly admit to the Bataan Death March? I think they did, didn't they? But that's just one atrocity. There's still a lot more atrocities that they haven't admitted to. But yeah, a lot of people actually don't know about Japan. Is that Japan there's a lot of there's a lot of atrocities they've never fully admitted to. Out here. What is the reason? Shame or trying to hide it? It's the reason that they don't admit to it is because it's a combination of shame and pride. And if you look at this, it's almost always like this, like all around the world. Like it's pretty much every single, almost every single civilization on this planet. There's a lot of people that deny the atrocities that every empire has committed throughout their history, and they try to make excuses for it. One of the countries that has actually done a good job of admitting to the atrocities they've done is Germany. Germany is one of the few countries that has done a good job of admitting to their atrocities. But, I mean, you look at Russia, for instance. In the Russian education system, Russia denies, a lot of Stalin's atrocities, and they praise Stalin like he's some kind of hero. Sure, he did defeat the Nazis. That is true. You know, he did help kick the Nazis out of Eastern Europe, but Stalin himself was not a good man. You know, he does deserve credit for, helping to defeat the Nazis, but he did horrible things as well. And, you know, that's not really talked about as well. The Japanese, they don't talk about, you know, the atrocities that they committed. The Turks in Turkey, they denied the atrocities the Ottomans had committed. They denied the Armenian genocide. What other else is there? There's a lot of civilizations that they denied that their countries and people that denied the atrocities they had committed. But what is it? My country does the same thing too, like the United States. There's like a lot of southern states, for example, in my country, where a lot of southern states they denied the real reason for the Civil War. And they claim that the reason the Civil War happened was because of states' rights, when that's not true. It wasn't because of states' rights. It was mostly about slavery. That was like the whole reason that they had seceded. But there's like a lot of people that seem to think that it was over states' rights, that's just not true. If you actually look at the founding documents of the Confederacy, they mention slavery several times. So it's, but yet there's people that still try to downplay and say that it wasn't about slavery when it was. So, you know, but the reason that people deny these things, is because it's, like I said, it's a combination of shame and pride. And they don't want to feel responsible for something that their people had done in the past. And also it's because they have too much pride in themselves and they feel like they could never do wrong. And sure, you know, most people that are alive today are not responsible for those atrocities that had happened. However, though, the people that live in those countries have to acknowledge it as part of their history, and it's something that their country has done in the past. That's the best way that we can move forward as a people, is if everyone, like, you know, admits to the horrible things that they did and try not to repeat it. But if you don't admit to the horrible things that your country has done in the past, you're pretty much doomed to repeat it. That's why history is so important. And I personally hate it when people, you know, downplay history, like they deny the Holocaust, they pretend like the Armenian genocide didn't happen. You know, there's like a lot of these, like, you know, these toxic nationalists that they downplay horrible things that their countries have done. You know, this happens all over the world. All these different countries, they'll deny the bad things that they've done. Let's see here, okay.
There's people fighting for you out there.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's see blood blowing up this gas station. And look, there's nothing wrong with loving your country or being proud of your country, but you also have an obligation to admit to the bad things that your country did. Because you're actually causing your country more shame if you don't admit to the bad things your country did in its past. You have to hold your country's history responsible as well. If you truly love your country, that also means that you have to be willing to criticize it. There's too many civilians there. I don't want to blow up that gas station. Medal of Honor, the part 3 of Medal of Honor Rising Sun will be tomorrow. Let's see here.
What is he doing on that building? Ah, I'm gonna die. Damn, I shouldn't have gone up there with just a Car 98. No, I'm really good at this game. I just had a few mess ups. But if you watch my playthrough of the campaign, there's a lot of times where I do complete stealth and I don't mess up. I'm gonna try to switch it up here.
Need something deadly.
Tommy SMG. Okay, Tommy gun. Perfect, okay.
I think he's got a gun.
Okay, I gotta store this vehicle.
Are you trying to kill me?
Okay, where are we gonna go now? Let's see. Yeah, let's go a little bit north of the train station. When you run out of explosives, go to Warzone and have the Stuka bomb you. Pick up their bombs quickly before they explode. Okay, I'll try that next time. Anomalous, thank you for the support. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that country's history that much.
Let's
get through here. Why do I only answer super chats? I don't. Okay, try to get through this gate here.
Ihre Reisepapiere? Vielen Dank.
And also, I'm playing on the hardest difficulty. I'm playing on very hard, by the way, for
Guten
people
Tag,
wondering.
gents. Top of the morning to you. Or whatever time it is.
Just shoot if they see you climbing about.
Oh, Herr!
Sorry.
Ich durchsuche die Gegend! Er kann nicht entkommen!
Okay, there we go. This is gonna be good.
Die erkenne ich in jeder Verkleidung. Ihre.
Go, that's that for that. Okay. I think I pretty much covered everything what there is to say about Dutch. Here. Oh. Speaker, okay. And we got another tower. Take that down too.
Oh, is this it?
Oh, that. Damn, yeah. I gotta do more stealth. I'm sorry, guys, if I die a bunch of times. Do you think Battlefield 2042 is a massive dumpster fire? It's I felt it kind of was a disaster. And the thing is though is, you know what I think is so stupid about Battlefield 2042 is the operator system is just so stupid. Like, why don't they just let us customize our character? I don't get that. Like, let us customize a character for each faction. Like, for the US and the Russian faction. Just let us customize a character for each one. That's what I think they should do. Why they use those operators and then, like, each operator also has, like, the different abilities and stuff like that. I didn't like that. And I didn't even mention the glitches. The glitches, oh man, it's something else, too. Was Stalin a good leader? No. I'll tell you this, Stalin was smarter than Hitler. That's what I'll say about him. He was smarter than Hitler, but, was he a good leader? No. It was that, basically what Stalin had done was he almost caused his entire country to collapse when Germany had invaded it. Because one of the reasons that Germany had pushed so much in the Soviet Union, like, a lot of people don't know this, but, like, the first 2 years of the German invasion, like 1941 and 1942, the Soviets were getting destroyed, like, really badly, like, really, really badly. And by December of 1941, like, right when Pearl Harbor happened, the Germans were actually right outside Moscow. So they were right outside the capital city. Now, one of the reasons that the Germans had pushed so much into the Soviet Union was because Stalin had actually purged all these Soviet generals, before that. So he had killed so many Soviet generals off over and over again. And he had just kept killing them. And there was, like, a lot of really smart generals that he killed off. And what happened is when the Soviet military was completely unprepared, and then the Germans had just, invaded. And the thing about this is, a lot of people don't know this, but the Soviet Union was actually going to be... Well, the Germans did reach Leningrad, but they never took it. There was a siege. But what a lot of people don't know is that the Soviet Union was actually going to be the second country in the world to actually adopt the semi-automatic rifle as their standard issue. So the US was the first country in the world to adopt the semi-automatic as their standard issue. Now, semi-automatics were used during the war, but the US used their main rifle was the Garand. Where other countries, you had like some semi-autos like the SVT-40 for the Soviets, the G-43 for the Germans, but it wasn't their standard issue. Their standard issue was still the Most Nagant and the Kar-98. But the Soviets were going to replace the Most Nagant, and the SVT-40 was supposed to be their standard issue rifle. But because the Germans had invaded, they were never able to make it their standard issue, and they started mass producing the Most Nagant again. Now, the thing about this is the Soviets had messed up their logistics so badly that when the Germans had actually invaded the Soviet Union, the Soviets kept stockpiles of their SVT-40s on the border in armories. And what happened was when the Germans actually invaded, the Soviets actually did not destroy that. They should have taken it with them or destroyed the armories, but they didn't, and they just left the armories there. And when the Germans got to them, they just took all the Soviet weapons. And so if you actually go on Google and you look up picture SVT-40 World War II, the vast majority of the World War II pictures that you'll actually see is you'll see German soldiers holding it instead of Soviet soldiers. That's because the Germans had captured thousands of stockpiles of the SVT-40. And what they did was they took the SVT-40 to Berlin, and they used it to make the G-43. So the G-43 is actually a copy of the SVT-40. And so that was, the Soviets had just messed up really badly with that. Stalin was a very harsh leader. But when I say that Stalin was smarter than Hitler, why do I say that Stalin was smarter than Hitler? Is because Stalin actually let his generals plan. That's the thing about it. That's why Stalin was smarter than Hitler. Because what happened was when Stalin purged all the Soviet generals, he learned his lesson from that, and he learned how bad it went. And what happened was Hitler, what he would do is he would constantly go in the boardroom. So whenever the German generals were just planning and they had like an idea of how to attack or defend or whatever, Hitler would just come in and be like, no, you do it this way, this way, this way. Even if the generals knew that it was a complete tactical mistake what Hitler was doing, they still had to go along with it. And Hitler made a lot of really stupid decisions. Stalin didn't do that. Stalin would call his generals, like he'd call Zhukov and he'd demand for updates, but he wouldn't just barge into the boardroom and just tell the generals, okay, you do this and that and that. because Stalin understood that he wasn't a tactician. So, not defending Stalin, not saying he was a good man, but he did understand not to interfere with his generals. And that was, Hitler didn't understand that. Hitler would constantly tell his generals what to do, and he made a lot of really stupid tactical mistakes. Stalin didn't really do that. And so that's what, a lot of people don't know that too. Also, here's the thing about it, is that General Zhukov, Stalin wanted to kill Zhukov, but he actually couldn't kill Zhukov off. And the reason that Stalin wanted to kill Zhukov was because Stalin saw Zhukov as a threat to his power, because Zhukov had basically become a war hero. He was like he was the biggest hero in the Soviet Union at the end of the war. The Soviet public loved him, and you know, Stalin was scared that he was becoming more popular than him. And so, the reason that Stalin couldn't kill Zhukov off was because Zhukov was so loved by the people, and Stalin was scared that if he had done something to Zhukov, that there might have been a possible rebellion. So that's the background with it. But yeah, Hitler was like a complete idiot when it came to tactics. He had no idea what he was doing. Hitler was never any kind of officer. He never even was an NCO. He was a corporal during World War I. Okay, plant the last bomb on the tracks here.
Die Jagd ist eröffnet!
Oh, no. Ah, damn. Yeah, it's so easy to die in this game on hard difficulty. That's why you gotta play stealth. I'm sorry, guys, I messed up. The thing, do you know what do you know what Hitler did not, do you know what Hitler never understood about warfare? Is he never understood that at times, armies have to retreat. They have to. And just because an army retreats doesn't mean that they're going to lose the battle or even the war. But he didn't seem to understand that. And so basically how his line of thinking, there's really no such thing as retreat. And so sometimes you have to retreat in war. You have to, because if you don't retreat, you're either going to run out of supplies or your army's going to get surrounded. So at times it's better to retreat, regroup, and then you know, live to fight another day. But you know, Hitler did not seem to understand that he was an idiot, and we should be grateful also that he was an idiot, because it was easier to defeat him because of that. But yeah, like for example, like if you look at the Battle of Stalingrad, for example, by the time the snow had kicked into Stalingrad, you know, we're talking like November 1942, like right around that time. What happened was that that the Germans had pretty much lost. They really had no chance. So when the snow had kicked in, like right around that time, they had lost, and they were not going to win Stalingrad at that point. And so the smart thing would have been to leave, like it would have been to withdraw from the city. That would have been the smartest thing. But Hitler, you know, Paulus, who was the general at the time, Paulus had wanted to leave, but Hitler gave him specific instructions not to leave, and they said no, and so they were there to stay there and fight. And what happened was Hitler had actually promoted Paulus, the commander in Stalingrad, to field marshal. Now, the reason that Hitler had actually promoted him to field marshal was because Paulus would not surrender. Because in German history, there had never been a field marshal who had surrendered, ever, in German history. And Hitler thought that by making Paulus a field marshal, that would put an insane amount of pressure on him, and that he would not surrender, or that he would kill himself. And Paulus actually ended up, basically Paulus said, he said, you know, screw this, you know, we're not going to die for this corporal. And when he said this corporal, he means, you know, Hitler, because Hitler never even held an NCO position. He was a corporal. And so he didn't know anything really about tactics or planning or any of that stuff when it came to the military. And so Paulus surrendered. And, you know, Paulus did the right thing. You know, the thing about that is that Soviet captivity, you know, the Germans didn't have a high chance of surviving, but if they would have fought on till the very end, everybody would have died. Everybody. So, you know, Paulus did what he had to do. He had to surrender, because if he wanted to keep as many people as he could alive, he had to surrender. There was really no other option. But, you know, Hitler didn't seem to understand it. Hitler was an idiot. So Hitler wasn't just an evil, you know, maniac, but he was a complete fool. Okay, let's see here.
In his hand, a gun. I'm popping out. Meine Beute hat sich versteckt.
What about Mussolini? Is he a fool too? Oh yes. You know, Mussolini is stupid. You know, Mussolini saw how, like, he saw how quickly, like, Germany had, like, conquered, like, France. And Norway. It was France and Norway. So he saw how quickly Germany had conquered France and Norway. And so he wanted to do the same. And so he decided to invade Greece. And the Italian invasion of Greece was a disaster. Like, it was a disaster. Like, the Greeks fell back into the mountains. They laid traps for the Italian soldiers. The Italian soldiers got, like, ambushed constantly, like, guerrilla attacks by the Greek army. Like, it was a massive failure. And what happened was then Germany invaded Greece to help Italy in that. But that was like you know, the thing about it is that Mussolini was, his army was in nowhere near the same shape as the German army. Like, the German army was probably the strongest army in Europe at the time. And, like, in 1940, 1941, yeah, the German army was probably the strongest army in Europe. But it was that, you know, the Italian army doesn't come close to them. Hey, Pro, do you read literature in your spare time? Thank you, Alex. I read a lot of history. I don't really read a lot of books, but I read a lot of history, and I've read a lot of history. You know, specifically, you know where I read a lot of history from is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is actually a really good place to read history from. Now, I know some people might say, Wikipedia, what? Well, Wikipedia is actually a really good source for reading history. The only reason that schools tell you not to use it is because it's it's too easy. But Wikipedia is very reliable. Like, I've read a lot of stuff on Wikipedia, and I can tell you it's true. So it is a very reliable, it was a very reliable, okay. What do I do here? You know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna call in a... There we go. Where are they? Okay, here they are, the French resistance backup.
Your car, monsieur.
Oh wait, hang on a second. Okay, here we go now.
We've got you covered, Sean. Vive la resistance! I'm gonna kick your arse back to Berlin.
So the French resistance is gonna help out a lot here. Damn, no.
The shooting started.
Let's get out here. You know what, Battle Tobruk? Yes. That was the first mission in Sniper Elite 3 also. Yes, the Allies did lose Tobruk. Constantly getting shot here.
Fucking hell, bleeding all over.
Oh, I missed. Oh, come on, no. Damn. Oh, man. But, yeah, what I'll tell you guys about it is that you guys know that mission in Sniper Elite 5 that I did, the one where you kill Hitler? That was actually based on a real-life operation where they actually wanted to kill Hitler at his mansion, the Berghof, in the mountains. And it was going to be basically a sniper who was supposed to kill him with a Kar 98. And the Allied sniper was going to be a British, it was going to be a British sniper that was going to dress up in a German mountaineer uniform.
Monsieur,
let's see here.
interest you in some personnel protection?
But, Panzerschreck here, too. Now, the reason that the Allies had actually not assassinated Hitler in the end was because the first reason was that they couldn't in the end, because by the time they actually had everything ready for the operation, it was November 1944, and Hitler would never be in he would never be in the Berghof. His last visit was like July 1944. And the other reason, the main reason that they didn't kill Hitler off is because, remember what I told you guys, that Hitler would like go into the he would go into the boardroom and he would just he would basically just tell his generals what they could and couldn't do. And what happened was, because of that, he was making a lot of really stupid mistakes, like really stupid tactical mistakes. And the Allied commanders knew that at that point, and they knew that Hitler was making a bunch of really stupid, idiotic decisions. And they basically thought that they were scared that if they had actually killed him off, that somebody else would take over. And if somebody else took over, that the war would go on for very long. Destroy this too here.
Not smart.
It's going good. How are you, man? Again, the speaker destroyed. Okay. Oh, no. No. He's got a hiding spot right here.
That's what I'm looking for.
Why did Mussolini get overthrown? Because the Italian king had lost confidence in him. So King Emanuele had realized that the front was going bad. He knew that it was going bad, and the Italian king wasn't. I wouldn't say that he was really a good person. The Italian king was kind of incompetent. He was stupid, and he's also the reason that Mussolini happened in the first place. But the reason that the Italian king had gotten rid of Mussolini was it was more to save himself, because he knew that the war had turned against the Axis at that point, and he was scared that he'd be removed from power if the Allies had pushed into Italy. And so he literally reached out to the Allies, and he told the Allies, he's like, what can I do exactly? And the Allies basically told him, like, have Mussolini arrested. And so he had Mussolini arrested. And what happened was, after Mussolini was arrested, the Germans had actually captured, thousands of Italian prisoners, because the Italians were with them on the Eastern Front. And what happened was the Germans had actually massacred, like, thousands of Italian prisoners. They murdered so many Italian prisoners. And what ended up happening was the Italian king had Mussolini imprisoned in a he had Mussolini imprisoned in a mountain like prison. And what ended up happening was the German, like, Fallschirm paratroopers, Nazi paratroopers, had actually parachuted into the prison and broke Mussolini out. And then Mussolini went on to form his the Italian Social Republic, which was a puppet fascist state of Nazi Germany to the north of Italy. And the thing about that is that when Mussolini was arrested and he formed that puppet government, the partisans had actually formed much more. There was way more partisans in Italy at that point. And if you look at where the partisans were from in Italy, most of the people that actually fought against the Mussolini were actually from southern Italy. And the reason for that was because historically, Italy was almost like two countries. A lot of people actually don't know that. What I mean that Italy was almost like two countries is you had the north and the south. And basically, the northern part of Italy is where, you know, you had the richer cities, you had, like, you know, the banks, and what happened was the south of Italy was poor. It was like farms, it was like peasants, and the north never cared about the south. And they looked down on them like they were peasants. They looked down on them like they were nothing. The Italian aristocrats were the ones who actually lived in the northern part of the country. And so, if you are a northern Italian and you go down the south into Italy, they might not like you because of that reason. There's division in Italy still to this day, where, you know, the south does not like the north and the north kind of doesn't like the south. So, but that was basically it. When Mussolini formed that puppet government and it was centered mostly in the north, then the Italian partisans were just even more pissed off at that point, and there was way more of them. Is the Carcano a good rifle? It's an okay rifle. I fired a Carcano before. The Carcano is a 6-round magazine, you know, bolt-action rifle. It's the Italian standard issue rifle. It's not a, you know, it's not a bad rifle. There's nothing really wrong with it. If anything, the Italian tanks were the worst. You know, those sucked, but their rifles weren't that bad. Why is subscribers mode only on? It isn't. Is it? Let me check. It shouldn't be on. Is it only subscribers mode? Let me look. If it is, I'm really sorry, everyone. If it is, let me see here. I don't think it's on. Is it? It's not? Okay, well, also, Lee Harvey Oswald did not use the Carcano because it was a great rifle. That's what a lot of people don't know. The reason that the Carcano is also the Italian rifle, is the rifle that was used to kill Kennedy. But the reason that Lee Harvey Oswald used the Carcano is because it was cheap, and he ordered it through a magazine. That's why he had that's why he used the Carcano. That was the main reason. Climb this. Come on, Sean, climb. Okay. Is Carcano better than the Mauser Car 98? Nah. I would say the Mauser's a better rifle. Oh, this is the Saboteur. It's an open-world World War II game. Oh, this place. This is the Gestapo headquarters. I almost forgot about this place.
Best stay inconspicuous.
Oh, hey, Mario. Dierker statue destroyed. Okay. see here. Do I... 2 things left to destroy over there. Okay. Is there a way for me to get up in that tower? Yeah, I destroyed the statue of Dierker. How? I think I'm gonna have to destroy these with rocket launchers. I don't think there's a way for me to climb up there.
Come on, put some life back in your step.
I don't know what that is. Thank you for the super chat.
Der kann sich von mir verstecken.
Okay. There we go.
Oh well, I'm not much for the sneaky stuff anyway.
Go down. Okay. Put this here. This.
Ich hab ihn gleich.
Yes, I know the writer, but I haven't really read his books. There we go. That's a lot of damage we did just there. You get it on the black market. Shooting me from up the tower too. I want to get that motorcycle. Okay, give me this.
Sterb, ihr Schweine!
Okay, so there's got to be a... Damn, I don't see any resistance safe house here. Go this way then.
Ah, the red stuff's supposed to stay on the inside.
Okay, we can get away from this. I don't know if the motorcycle would have really broken that down in real life, but... Ow. Great. Store this in my garage. How far am I from the okay. Okay, next turn I'm gonna have to go north. Ah, damn.
Did I hurt you, Fritz?
Okay, restore this vehicle. Ow. Damn. Okay, how far am I from this resistance safe house? Okay, I'm actually pretty close by. Ah, come on, no. How am I gonna... the cosplay as Kratos and play God of War. Well, thank you for the super chat. I might play the God of War game one day. Okay, that's been collected.
Keep
Stepping into water.
When's the lore video coming out? Later in the week. There are a few World War II games where the Italians do make an appearance in. I mean, but it's Mafia 2 they appear in, that one I know. Okay. Okay, let's go to Normandy. Normandy is like the one part of the map that's gonna be black and white, and it's gonna be
Board the old vehicle, monsieur.
Is this game backwards compatible? I don't know. I'm playing it on PC though. I have an Xbox controller, that's why you see Xbox buttons on screen. Let's see here.
Papiere, pass, sofort!
This game on Steam, unfortunately, no, it's not.
Hier scheint in Ordnung zu sein.
Thank you kindly.
Can you talk about the Opium Wars? Oh, that was one of the worst things that Britain has done in its history, is the Opium Wars. Let me just get away from these guys, and I'll just talk about it in one moment here. Okay, I want to go to Normandy. Okay, Normandy, I would have to turn left. Okay, but now the Opium Wars. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Edgy. Let's see here. Okay, the Opium Wars. So what I was saying is, this is like the worst thing that the worst thing that the British, one of the worst things the British Empire did was the Opium Wars. Now, basically what happened with the Opium Wars is that British merchants had gone into China, and they were selling opium, and the Chinese were getting addicted, and the Chinese were getting really, pissed off about this. And what ended up happening was the Chinese put a stop to it, and they stopped the British merchants. Now, the British merchants, when they were selling the opium, they were giving a cut of it to the British Empire through taxes. And so what happened was or I shouldn't even call them merchants, they're drug dealers. But what happened was, what happened with the opium traders, the opium drug dealers in China. So once the Chinese put a stop to it, the British told them to legalize opium, and the Chinese refused. And what happened was the British actually attacked the Chinese, and there was a series of wars about it, the Chinese rebelling, and they forced the Chinese to allow opium being traded in China. So they basically got like so many Chinese people addicted to opium, and they killed so many people to enforce it. And the crazy thing about this, guys, is that if you actually look at Great Britain itself, opium was illegal in Great Britain, but it was legal in China. So they didn't want their own people getting high and addicted to it, but then they were profiting off the misery of the Chinese. I think this is a French tank too, here. There we go. Oh, my car, no. Damn, it got caught in the blast. Oh well. Okay, so now we're in Normandy. This is Normandy. This is where the US actually lands in a few years. Okay.
Look this brave soldier.
Der Saboteur ist tot.
Okay, Normandy shouldn't be too hard to liberate. There isn't that much stuff there. This will cause a little distraction. Okay, that was a bit easy. Yeah, we're getting better at this. How did I just lose my water level? I don't know. Whatever. I like learning new stuff from you. It's very informative. Well, thank you, man.
It's better than being trapped in a stuffy office.
Der Tabak in Afrika war besser.
Anything actually down here? No, there isn't. Okay. Okay. That was good. Okay. What's your comment? There's a lot of people that are just posting. Saints Row 4? Yeah, I could do Saints Row 4 one day. I could do that. Did you ever hear about the Vietnam invasion of Cambodia because of Pol Pot and how China tried to invade Vietnam but lost horribly to reserves? Yes, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Vietnamese-Cambodian War. Basically, what happened with that is that's like, you know, that's an instance where two communist countries fighting against each other. And so, thank you, Edgy. But basically, what happened was Pol Pot was an ally of the Vietnamese originally, and what happened was when Pol Pot came to power, he committed genocide in Cambodia. Pol Pot was basically killing anybody that knew how to speak a second language, killing anybody that was a little bit more educated. He was just slaughtering people and, you know, just killing, you know, thousands and thousands of people. And the Vietnamese got really pissed off about that, and they invaded Cambodia. They tried to stop it. So Vietnam did the right thing in that case, actually, to stop the genocide. But what actually happened was the Chinese got pissed off, and they were supporting the Cambodians. Now, why were the Chinese supporting the Cambodians? The reason the Chinese were supporting the Cambodians is because the Chinese didn't like the Vietnamese. That was primarily the reason. Now, why did the Vietnamese not even like the Chinese? The reason the Vietnamese didn't like the Chinese, even though they were communist countries, both of them, is because historically, China has been an oppressor of Vietnam. And even during communist times, the Chinese Communist Party still tried to basically turn Vietnam into like a puppet state of theirs. And so, if you look at it, who were the Vietnamese closer to during the Cold War? The Vietnamese were way closer to the Soviets. You guys noticed that? The Vietnamese were much more allied with the Soviets than the Chinese. So they took the Soviet side, because the Chinese and the Soviets didn't like each other, and the Vietnamese took the Soviet side. And so that's why the Chinese didn't like them. But what happened was the Vietnamese had knocked Pol Pot out. His regime was done. His regime was finished. Pol Pot had fled. And then China invaded North Vietnam. Now, when China invaded North Vietnam, they got destroyed. Like, it was a nightmare for China. It went really, really bad. Okay.
Fucking master race!
Oh, I can't turn it all the way around. Okay.
Rejoignez le parti nazi et rejoignez une ancienne fraternité destinée à diriger le monde vers l'avenir.
Oh no. So this is the black and white areas. These are the areas that are the most like heavily oppressed. Rocket. Thank you for the super chat, Mario. Well, detonate this rocket here. Okay. Rocket destroyed. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay, Rashawn. Thank you for asking about my health. The, what is it here? Okay. So this is primarily the reason that I say the Nazis are actually the Nazis were the most evil group in European history. They were. And, you know, for all the people that say that the Soviets were worse, the Soviets were not worse. You know, I don't deny that the Soviets had done horrible, horrible things, but the Nazis were much worse than the Soviets. And you know, the Nazis basically, they saw anybody that wasn't German Aryan as inferior to them. And so they were going to slaughter basically anybody that was not Aryan. They were going to slaughter everyone. And what happened was the Eastern Europe, for example, the Nazis despised Slavic people. So Slavic people, we're talking about people that live in, you know, Czechoslovakia at the time was one country. We're talking about Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Russians. The Nazis saw them as inferior to them, and they would have slaughtered all of them. The whole reason that Hitler had actually invaded the Soviet Union, the reason he did was it was Lebensraum, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But basically what it was called living space in German. And so Hitler wanted to basically use Eastern Europe as like basically a colony of Germany, where he was going to settle like ethnic Germans on that land. And as for all the people that was on that land, they were just going to slaughter all of them. There was other groups that the Nazis despised, you know, more than Slavs. Like the Nazis hated Jewish people the most. They hated people who were gay, people who were handicapped. They hated the Roma people. But the Nazis, if they had won World War II, they would have slaughtered, like, you know, hundreds of millions of people. They would have just genocided all of Eastern Europe. And so I don't think a lot of people, like, you know, the people, when I see these comments of people saying, oh, you know, the Soviets were worse than the Nazis, I don't think those people realize just how evil the Nazis actually were. Okay, let's see here. My grandfather came from Yugoslavia, what is now Slovakia. Do you mean Slovenia by any chance, Franklin? Because Slovakia wasn't part of Yugoslavia. You might be thinking of Slovenia. But, yeah, that was, okay, we got a base here in Normandy. But, so basically, the Eastern Europe, the Nazis in Eastern Europe were gonna kill everybody in Eastern Europe. But the people in, like, countries like France, for instance, like Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, what the Nazis were gonna do to those people is they were gonna Germanify them. And so basically what that means is they were gonna force German on them over time, and they were gonna ban their language. So eventually they were gonna ban the French language, the Dutch language, you know, the Norwegian language, and they were gonna just basically force them to just speak German. And basically just try to destroy their culture and Germanify them. That was basically what they were going to do to the people in, like, in Western Europe. But everyone in Eastern Europe, they were going to kill. You know, the thing about it is that, Franklin, do you know that Yugoslavia is, like, one of the only countries in World War II that actually liberated itself? Like, Yugoslavia actually liberated itself. Like, a lot of people don't know that. The Yugoslavian partisans were the most elite partisans of the entire war. Like, they did so much damage to the, Nazis, and the Nazis eventually pulled out because of the partisans in Yugoslavia, because they couldn't take fighting them anymore. I'll put 2 charges to make sure this tank is done. Okay. Which was worse, North Vietnam or South Vietnam, or were they bad equally? The South Vietnamese were also bad, but I think the North Vietnamese were worse. Basically what it was that North Vietnam was a communist dictatorship. South Vietnam was a Catholic dictatorship, or Catholic capitalist dictatorship, I should say. But they were both of them were really bad. Like, there was, like, the South Vietnamese government, like, persecuted Buddhists a lot and just went after Buddhists. and committed war crimes against them. There was Buddhist monks who actually set themselves on fire in South Vietnam to protest against the South Vietnamese government, but the North Vietnamese, they committed horrible atrocities as well. And, you know, you have what was it called? The Hanoi Hilton, I think that's what it was called, which was a nickname for like the worst prison of war camp in North Vietnam, where, you know, there was torture on a daily basis. It was horrible living conditions, small tiny cells, barely anything to eat. General Plant explains the plan. Who's that, Edgy? Who? I just had a YouTube. I don't know who that is. I have to stealth kill one more general to get this perk, but stealth killing generals is really hard to do. I'm Vietnamese myself, and our education system always talked about how compassionate we are to the enemy. I don't, you know, I'm not trying to offend you, but I'm just going to say that that's a bunch of propaganda, what your education system was telling you. I'm sure you know about that. But that's, I talked to a, you know, I talked to a guy that was actually from Vietnam on Sniper Elite once. And, you know, I asked him, like, what the Vietnamese, like, you know, education system teaches about Americans. And he says that they teach that the Americans are, like, imperialist, like, evil aggressors that are coming in trying to conquer Vietnam and, like, slaughtering Vietnamese people. And I said, like, I'm like, did you believe that? And he told me I did at one point until I came to America. So that was, But also, this Vietnamese guy that I talked to, he was actually, do you know what he was? He was actually half American and half Vietnamese, because his father was actually an American soldier, and so he was one of those kids that was actually left in Vietnam. So the Americans had, like, a lot of kids that were actually left in Vietnam, and the thing is, the kids of American soldiers were treated like second-class citizens in Vietnam. Like, they were treated really, really badly. And they were massive discrimination. The Vietnamese really treated the kids of American soldiers really badly. Didn't the Nazis also believe there were tall, blonde, blue-eyed gods? Well, the thing about the Nazis is that the Nazis were their religious beliefs. I'm gonna do a lore video where I talk about, like, the planned, like, Hitler assassination one day in Sniper Elite, and I'm gonna talk about, like, the religious views of Nazis, like, in that. But, like, one thing, I'm just trying to, for people wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to kill him stealthily there, because there's an achievement to kill him quietly, and I'm trying to figure out how I can kill him quietly. Okay, maybe if I do that, chuck a grenade over there. And that's one less to deal with. Who is the most evil people in the world? You mean, who is the most evil person in modern history? Would be Hitler, the most evil person. You know, right now, who would be the most evil person? I don't know. I would say either. You know, it's hard. Who's the most evil person today? It would either be Xi Jinping, the president of China, Kim Jong-un, or it could be Putin. So there's a lot of really you know evil dictators like that exist till today. I just gotta get him by himself here. I never said you were, Gunner. Minus 9999 social credits, yeah. Well, don't worry, I have no plans on visiting China. If I did visit China anyways, I'd get arrested. Because if you look at my channel, I have so many like anti-communist Chinese videos. Like, not against the Chinese people ever. I have nothing against the Chinese people, but there's like a lot of videos on my channel where I criticize the Communist Party of China. And so yeah, I say what I really think of the Communist Party of China. So, you know, they saw that on my, if they saw that on my channel, I'd go to China, I'd get arrested 100%. So it's I wouldn't mind visiting Taiwan though. Taiwan I would visit, but I would never visit China, not until that government is gone. Well, I'll tell you though, is that my half-sister visited South Vietnam in the past, and even though, you know, I haven't talked to her in years, I remember she told me like a long time ago that people in Ho Chi Minh, which Ho Chi Minh is like the largest city in South Vietnam, don't even call it Ho Chi Minh, they call it Saigon, which Saigon was the original name. Who is the most evil woman in history? Oh, that is a very hard question to answer. I don't know, really. I'd have to... there are definitely 100% really evil women in history. I'd have to think. I don't know right now at the top of my head. But if I eventually think, I could probably give you an answer. Okay, let me see if I can... I'm trying to kill this general by himself, but... Damn. Well, yeah, I would call it Saigon, too. Saigon is its real name. Stealth kill 5 generals. Oh man, I still need to... doing this now here. Whoa, okay, I didn't think I was gonna destroy the V2 rocket too. Why don't you get the silenced SMG? I don't know, I kind of always liked the pistol more. Okay, I took out that base there. Okay, Normandy is almost completely, I've almost completely liberated Normandy. Well, I haven't liberated it, Who? Who pro? Who are you talking about? Thank you, Trashman, for the super chat. Do you believe in the clean Wehrmacht myth? What is that? Can you explain what you mean by that exactly? Like, you don't have to super chat me again, Edgy, but just explain, like, just make another comment, I'll look for it. Like, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about this idea that the SS were like the main people responsible? Is that what you're, is that what the thing is? I know that they did use French tanks during World War II. Okay. I just want to hear what Edgy also says about it. Okay. Sniper nest destroyed. Do you get rid of the checkpoints to liberate France? I was always confused about this. No, you don't. And the thing is, you can never fully liberate France. Like, you can knock down, like, you can really hurt the Nazi occupation and you make them so much weaker, but you can never really fully kick them out of France. Because this game takes place, you know, 2-3 years before, like, the U.S. lands in Normandy. It's the idea that the regular German army was not complicit in Nazi war crimes and that it was all in the SS. That is nonsense. That is nonsense. What I'll say about this is that it is true. The SS were the worst of the Nazi regime. They were the ones who, you know, the SS were the most fanatical and they were the ones who did the worst things. However, though, the Wehrmacht was very much involved in a lot of war crimes. There was a lot of war crimes that the Wehrmacht had committed. So the German army had done a lot of really horrible things. This idea that it was all the SS and that the German, like, who invaded all these countries? Like, that was mostly the Wehrmacht who did that. You know, who had slaughtered so many people? It was the Wehrmacht. The SS were responsible for running the concentration camps, but the Wehrmacht did a lot of really horrible things as well. So there was conscription in the Wehrmacht, like people were forced to fight, but a lot of people in the Wehrmacht had committed some really horrible things. So no, it's honestly like, I don't know where that clean Wehrmacht, like, you know, myth comes from, but it probably comes from Germany. That's probably where it originated from. It was probably some German nationalists that were probably like saying like, oh no, it was the SS, it wasn't the Wehrmacht, and that's like that's probably where it came from. They didn't want to admit that it was their main army that had like committed these atrocities. But it was just the Wehrmacht committed horrible things. They did some really they did some bad things. Well, you know a lot of World War II stuff, and I'm pretty impressed by it. How did you learn a lot of stuff? I read a lot. But what was it? Oh yeah, perfect example that you can read of something that happened that the Wehrmacht did. So basically, there was in Yugoslavia, the Wehrmacht were going to execute a bunch of civilians in Yugoslavia, and one of the Wehrmacht soldiers basically said, no, I'm not doing this. And do you know what they did? They lined him up with the rest of the civilians and shot and killed him too. That was the Wehrmacht that did that. So it was the Wehrmacht did some really horrible things. And the Wehrmacht terrorized Poland, like my parents' country was Poland, they terrorized that. So honestly, it pisses me off when I hear like people will say that like, oh, wasn't the Wehrmacht didn't do horrible things? No, the Wehrmacht did horrible things. You know, look at what they did to Warsaw. Do you know who burnt down Warsaw? If you go on Google and look up a picture, Warsaw, 1939. Just look at a picture of it. And then go on Google and type in Warsaw, 1945. And look at what the city looks like. Literally, 6 years later. The whole city was gone. It was just rubble. It was like almost no buildings were left. And basically what happened was, in 1944, Warsaw had rebelled. It rebelled, and it was the largest uprising of World War II. Initially, the rebels won. The rebels initially in Poland won, and they kicked the Nazis out of Warsaw. But what happened was then the Nazis sent in panzer tanks. They brought in a platoon of panzer tanks, and the panzer tanks had slaughtered the rebels, and they had taken back the city. And after they had taken back the city, they slaughtered people. They just went door to door, just murdering people. And Hitler had ordered the entire city of Warsaw to be destroyed using flamethrowers. And so the Wehrmacht, this was the Wehrmacht that did this. They went door to door with flamethrowers, just burning buildings and burning people alive. This was the Wehrmacht that did this. So it was like, when I hear this nonsense of people saying that like the Wehrmacht wasn't like responsible for like war crimes, like who destroyed Warsaw? Who destroyed my parents' country's capital city? Who slaughtered like thousands of Polish people? It was the Wehrmacht that did that. So it was the so honestly that thing, it's just propaganda when you hear that, when people say that that the Wehrmacht wasn't responsible for war crimes. Okay, this is the last thing in Normandy. Normandy is completely cleared out after this. No, I didn't hear about that gunner. Hey, Pro, no offense, but why do you stutter? It just, sometimes it just happens. I don't do it on purpose. Okay. That was, look, Normandy is completely, you know... the Drilla Wanger Brigade was the worst one. Is that the one that was filled with the criminals? Is that the one that was the, thank you, Edgy. Thank you for the super chat. Oh yeah, I think that brigade actually makes an appearance in a movie. There's a really good Soviet movie from the 1980s called Come and See, and I think that's the SS unit that you're talking about is actually in that movie. So that was getting emotional up here. Well, it was like, you know, I'm a Polish American, and so, you know, the Nazis had just destroyed like my people's country. Like, it was just, you know, Poland is like one of those countries that had suffered so much during World War II, and honestly, it just pisses me off when I hear, like, people would say that, like, that the Wehrmacht was responsible for, like, war crimes. That was all the SS. The SS were the worst, sure, but the Wehrmacht also did, you know, horrible things. Okay, how do I get up on this building?
Now we're in business.
It was somewhere around 20 to 25% of Poland's population had died. How do I get on top of this building? What's that, Amadeus? How do I get on top of this building? This is not going to be easy to figure this out. I know about that story, Edgy. I actually know about him. I don't think that John Rabe was a Nazi though. He was a businessman. I know that. He ran a factory in China, and he had protected Chinese civilians from the Japanese. And the Nazis actually had him arrested, I believe, when he actually came back to Germany because they said that he was ruining German and Japanese relations. I can't figure out how to get up here. Oh wait, what is that? Is a light? The Armchair Historian on YouTube? Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. You can use the Oppressor Mark II to go on top of that building. I think I figured it out. Yeah, this building is not going to be easy to climb. You watch the channel History Matters? Oh yeah. That's the British guy who makes like those. He makes like those short history videos with like the little cartoons. I know what you're talking about. I've seen his channel before. There's 2 movies where John Rabe is in them. The first movie is called John Rabe. And the second movie where John Rabe in is called The City of Life and Death. So he's in both movies. How on earth... Oh. Yeah, you can climb a lot in this game. But I'm gonna tell you guys something. For people who think the climbing in this game is easy, it's not. This is so much harder than Assassin's Creed climbing. It just looks like it, but it's not easy. Thank you, Ayan. What do you think about the collapse of the Soviet Union? Well, I think that Russia today would probably be a better place if it had gone through with Gorbachev's reforms. Because what happened was Gorbachev is blamed for like the fall of the Soviet Union. I guess he does have some responsibility, but the thing about that is that, do you know who actually was responsible for the fall of the Soviet Union? Mostly, it wasn't even Gorbachev, which they blame Gorbachev for it mostly. Gorbachev actually tried his best to actually save the Soviet Union, despite a lot of people think he was just trying to destroy it. No, he actually tried his best to actually save it and reform it. But the people who are responsible for it the most were actually the hardcore communists, and it was the Central Committee of the Communist Party. Those were the guys who were actually responsible for the fall of the Soviet Union. Now, basically what happened was there was 2 things that bankrupted the Soviet Union. 2 things. The first thing was the Soviet-Afghan War. And Gorbachev was not the one who started the Soviet-Afghan War. It was the Central Committee of the Communist Party that started the Soviet-Afghan War. And it was Brezhnev. He was the General Secretary of the Soviet Union at the time. He started the Soviet-Afghan War. And do you know Gorbachev actually tried to end the Soviet-Afghan War a lot of times? He did. And whenever he tried to end it, the Central Committee of the Soviet Union would not let him. So he tried to end the war so many times and they wouldn't let him. He tried to end it years before it. The other thing is that he tried, it was what was it? The Chernobyl disaster. The Chernobyl disaster also bankrupted the Soviet Union. The Chernobyl disaster was not Gorbachev's fault either. That was actually his predecessors who had installed those RBMK reactors. Look at this. Nazi propaganda statue. Let's destroy this. But you know what I find so weird is that the people in Russia who blame Gorbachev for like the fall of the Soviet Union are the same people who supported like these dumb policies like the Soviet-Afghan War. There's a YouTuber. Wait.
Let's get beat.
What? He didn't. Pearl, there's a YouTuber that said you didn't become a police officer because you got kicked out of college because you were. What? Oh my God! That guy sounds like an idiot. I know who you're talking about. I don't even want to say his name because I don't want to give him attention. That guy's just a complete moron. That's just what I'll say about him. That's the same guy. I remember he did a video also attacking Dark Viper AU, and he was claiming that Dark Viper AU wasn't reading comments, and then Dark Viper AU uploaded a video making him look stupid. So it was that guy is just a troublemaker. That's just what I'll say about that YouTuber. He's looking for trouble. He's looking to start crap with people all the time. He's just a massive troll. He's a loser. So I would just you know, that guy's an idiot. So just you know, people can make... I'll tell you something, guys. I am completely against censorship. I am. I don't believe in censorship. And so people can make videos uploading, you know, making fun of me and stuff like that. I'm not going to report it. I'm not even, you know... No, I'm not going to attempt to have YouTube take them down or any of that stuff. You know, people even come to my channel and, you know, come to my channel. Even the people that come to my channel and argue with me, I don't tend to ban them. So even people that insult me, I don't tend to ban them. Sometimes my moderators will, but I personally don't. And it's the only time I will ban somebody from my chat is if that person is being racist, or if they're spamming. That's really the only time I'll ban somebody. But somebody can come to my chat and even call me like an idiot, and I'm not going to ban them. But, you know, I just don't believe in censorship personally, and... Oh no, I'm gonna get shot here. Climb, Sean, climb. Running out of explosives. How do I always get cosplays? Oh, I look up like the I'll look up like the costume and I'll try to most of my clothes aren't even costumes, they're actually just direct clothes, but I try to, like, this isn't a costume what I'm wearing, this is like an actual jacket, and so I look up like what the characters are wearing. Like Sean wears a flat cap, and then he wears I forget the name of the jacket he wears, but I found it on online. Very similar one.
Look out below!
You're doing pretty amazing out there, Pearl. Thank you. Yeah, I had a few mess ups. I was dying a bunch of times earlier, but now I'm doing, you know, much better.
Bloody hell!
Ooh, whoa, that was close. Okay. Store this in a resistance garage. What do you think about Gorbachev's death? I think that Gorbachev's death shows the leadership of Russia and what they're like, because the thing is though is years before Gorbachev even, like, you know, passed away, I said that one day when Gorbachev passes away, that I guarantee you Putin is not even gonna go to his funeral. And I was right, Putin didn't even go to the funeral. So that was it. Gorbachev tried his best to save the Soviet Union. But, yeah, it was that here's the thing about it, is that Putin hated Gorbachev. And he didn't hate Gorbachev necessarily for the collapse of the Soviet Union, but he hated Gorbachev because of the territories that Russia lost. That was it. Putin basically sees like Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Belarus, you know, Estonia, Latvia, you know, those territories, Kyrgyzstan, you know, Azerbaijan, Armenia, what's the other ones? Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. He sees that as part of Russia. I see a lot of people online claim that Nazis were Christians and we need to smash the... Well, look, here's what I'll tell you about it, Mario. This is where people get this wrong. The Nazis were not a Christian party. And a lot of... I don't know why, but, like, a lot of people for some reason seem to think that, this car, I need to collect this car.
Oh, I bet that pissed him off.
Police! I'm being assaulted!
Kaiser, I think this counts as a Nazi vehicle. What are you, a history professor? No, I'm not claiming to be a history professor. I'm just a guy that likes to read a lot. I like to read a lot of history and stuff, and people ask me about it. I don't claim to be smart or anything like that. Just people ask me things, I'll respond and I'll, you know, tell people what I think about certain things. That's it. Let me see here. 4 to 12, okay, of those vehicles collected. But, what I was saying before is that the Nazis were actually, the Nazis were not a Christian party, despite what people think. They weren't. I don't know why, I see these really dumb comments on the internet. Like, I see these stupid comments where, like, people say, oh, like, the Nazis were, like, a Christian political party. No, they weren't. And if you want to know something, I have no bias here. You know what my religion is? I'm an agnostic, so I don't have any religion, really. And yet, I'll tell you, though, from a historical perspective, the Nazis were not a Christian party. To be fair, they weren't an atheist party either. The Nazis weren't atheists, nor were they Christians. But yet, there are so many people out there that, like, I see these stupid comments, and, like, people will say that the Nazis were, like, devout Christians, or they'll say that they were atheists. And so both people do this. When I'll see Christians who will say that Nazis were atheists. That's a wrong statement. And then I'll see Christians who will say that Nazis were atheists. That's also a wrong statement. They're both wrong. The Nazis actually... The ironic thing about this is that you will have Christians who say that the Nazis were atheists. And you'll have atheists who will say the Nazis were Christian. But do you know that Nazis actually despised both Christians and atheists? They actually hated both of them. So that's what a lot of people don't know. So people wondering, what? Okay, professional, what religion were the Nazis if they weren't Christians or atheists? The Nazis were a mix of a lot of different religions, but they had no official religion. The Nazis were never officially Christian. There was atheists who were Nazis. There was Christians. There were some Nazis who identified as Christians. There was Nazis who were pagans. Like if you look at Martin Bormann, for instance, Martin Bormann was Hitler's personal secretary. Martin Bormann, he hated religion. He just hated it in general. I don't know if he ever necessarily called himself an atheist, but he just despised religion in general. If you look at Himmler, for instance, Himmler was not an atheist. Himmler was a pagan. You know, Himmler was fascinated with the ancient Germanic gods. Hitler, as far as Hitler's religion, what was his religion, is we actually don't know what Hitler's religion was. It's Hitler's religion is like one of the most debated things in history. If you got like 20 historians together, I guarantee you they would all have an argument over what Hitler's religion was. But the reason that Hitler's religion is so hard to understand what his religion was is because it's what he said publicly and what he said privately. Now, publicly, Hitler makes speeches in which he references God, and, you know, he talks about Christianity, but when Hitler does mention Christianity, he refers to himself as a German Christian. He doesn't refer to himself as a Christian. He refers to himself as a German Christian in his speeches. And if you look at what Hitler said privately, and there is proof of this, what Hitler said privately. There is the what is it called? The papers. What were those things called? The Hitler papers. What was they? I'm trying to remember what they were called exactly. But basically, what Hitler said in privately, and we know Hitler said this privately because it's what his secretary Martin Bormann wrote down what Hitler said in privately with his permission. So he sat down next to Hitler, and whatever Hitler would say privately, he would write it down. And so basically, whenever Hitler was having like those dinner parties with like other Nazi officials, he would talk a lot of different things: politics, religion, race. And basically, whenever Hitler talked about religion, he had a very negative thing to say about Christianity. Like, he despised Christianity. In private, in public, Hitler said he was a Christian. But in private, what he said, it was very, very, very different. So what Hitler said in private is he despised Christianity. He actually said that Christianity is one of the worst things that happened to Europe. And on top of that, Hitler also claimed that Christianity was created by Jews to oppress Germans. This is what Hitler claimed. So he had claimed that in his mind, he believed that Christianity was created by Jews to oppress Germans, which is just a bunch of nonsense. But that's like, that shows you how insane Hitler's state of mind was. Like, you see the guy's not right in the head. You know, it's like, for him, everything was like a Jewish conspiracy. And so it was just, he was just like, you know, it just shows you his state of mind, what a, you know, madman he was. But that's the thing is, Hitler was very much not a Christian, despite what people think. He was not a Christian. And also, there's more proof that Hitler wasn't a Christian. So, during Hitler, if you look at Hitler's childhood, his father was an atheist. So his father hated religion. His mother, on the other hand, was a Catholic. And what happened was Hitler, when he left home after World War I, there was no evidence of him ever being a member of any kind of church. He was never a member of any kind of church. He never had a membership in any church. There's no record of him attending Mass in any church. There are times when Hitler did go to church, but that was when he became leader of Germany. And he would go to church when it was like some kind of special event or it was somebody's funeral. That's when he would show up in church. And so there's no proof that he was ever a Christian. There's no documentation of ever being a member of a church or any of that. What was it? Goebbels, when Joseph Goebbels, he was the propaganda minister, the Nazi propaganda minister. He wrote in his personal diary about Hitler's religion, and he wrote, this is another source, he wrote that Hitler was deeply religious but hated Christianity. That's what he said. He didn't say what religion, he said Hitler was deeply religious but he hated Christianity. And if you want to know what do I think Hitler's religion was, I think that Hitler probably saw himself as some kind of god. He saw himself as some kind of supernatural figure. Basically, and how I know this is that, let me see where we're going to go next. To destroy, what are we going to destroy next? Actually, I think I'll destroy this north of here. That's a lot of targets there. So, you had the Valkyrie plot. Now, the Valkyrie plot, that was, most people know it from the movie, Operation Valkyrie. But the Valkyrie plot was a real thing that happened, and what happened was, you had a bunch of generals led by Colonel Stauffenberg, who were scared that Hitler was going to bring Germany to ruin, which he was, and they wanted to kill Hitler off, and they wanted to make a negotiated peace with the Allies. Now, what happened was they got really close to killing Hitler. They nearly killed him. They put a bomb in a suitcase right next to the meeting room. This was in the Wolf's Lair. I think that was the place. And what happened was another German officer actually picked up the suitcase and moved it at the last second. The suitcase blew up, killed a lot of people in the room. Hitler survived with just minor shrapnel wounds. And Hitler, after that, was fully convinced that he was like some kind of supernatural figure. He thought that he could not be killed. Hitler even stated after the Valkyrie plot, he said, I could not be killed. I cannot be killed. And so Hitler basically, in his mind, he thought that it was all destiny. That's what he believed in. He believed in destiny. And he thought that it was his mission to lead Germany, and that he was supposed to defeat everyone and conquer all of Europe and all of this stuff. And so in his mind, he didn't think that he could be wrong. Hitler never thought that he could be wrong. Hitler never took responsibility for his mistakes. He would always blame others, which leads me to believe he was possibly a psychopath. But he would blame people constantly for his failures. And if you want to know how evil Hitler actually was, the last few weeks of the war, what actually happened was he had summoned Speer. Now, Speer was Albert Speer. He was the head architect of Germany. Now, Hitler gave orders to Speer, And what he told Speer to do is he told Speer to destroy all German infrastructure. This is like, you know, a few weeks before Germany's ultimate downfall. Now, what Hitler meant by destroying German infrastructure, he didn't mean just blowing up things like railroad tracks and bridges. He meant destroying everything. So towns, hospitals, schools, marketplaces, farms, factories, everything that would be needed for, like, Germany to rebuild, Hitler wanted it all destroyed. And Speer argued with him, and Speer said that, you know, if we destroy the hospitals and we destroy the schools and the farms, the German people are going to starve. There's going to be nothing to help the German people. We need this for after the war. And Hitler, do you know what Hitler said to him? Hitler said to him that the real Germans have died, and he said that the only Germans that remain now are weak and deserve to be destroyed. That's what Hitler had said. So that's how much of a psycho Hitler was, is that he was going to, you know, sacrifice every single last man, woman, and child just for his own personal ego. And so that was, you know, basically Hitler's state of mind. So there's no proof that Hitler was a Christian. There's no proof that he was an atheist. But, like, you know, you'll have people that'll say, oh, he was an atheist, or you'll have people that'll say he was a Christian, but it's actually not true. And so there's that, there was that TV show, like, not the radio show, which it was the, it was, what was it called? It was the Atheist Community of Austin, I think it was. And they were like an atheist radio show. And they take callers and questions and stuff like that. And, like, a few years ago, I remember, they were doing, like, a segment on Hitler specifically, and they were just saying, oh, Hitler was, like, a Christian. And I was like, and I happened to listen to that, and I was like, no, he's not. I was like, you know, this is like, I'm like, you know, what are you people talking about specifically? Like, you know, for this group who claimed that they oh, God, I'm probably gonna get blown up here. They claimed that they were all based on logic and reasoning. But yet then they were claiming that Hitler was like they were claiming Hitler was a Christian with no proof whatsoever. So it was just a bunch of it was just, you know, that. So basically what I'm saying is, guys, whenever you hear anybody that say that Hitler was a Christian, that's not true. There's no evidence that he was a Christian, none whatsoever, and there's no evidence that he was an atheist either. So there's he was some kind of religion, we know that. He did believe in something, but we don't know what it was fully. I think he believed in himself the most, and he thought he was some kind of god. He probably believed in the ancient pagan German gods, like the ancient German gods is what the SS worship, but the trying to get over. Yeah.
Der Saboteur.
Ah, great. Okay. Oh God, come on, I mean... There we go. That's destroyed. This map is pretty big. Yeah, so he blamed the German people constantly for you know, he said that it was all the German people's, you know, fault. And what I'll say about it is that he was also extremely delusional. Like, do you guys know that, like, 2 weeks before Germany's collapse, like, you know, we're talking, like, April 1945, like, the Soviets were closing in, they were surrounding Berlin, like, it was only a matter of time before Germany was going to completely collapse. And do you know what actually happened at that time? Most people know what I'm talking about. So you know that movie, you know, the Hitler movie Downfall, and it's that scene when he's in the bunker and they tell him some bad news and he gets, like, really mad and just starts yelling and stuff. And people make parodies of it. So they make parodies all the time of it. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about. That scene, when he starts just ranting. That was actually a real scene that actually really happened. And basically what happened in that scene is Hitler had ordered this guy called Felix Steiner. Felix Steiner was a general, and he ordered Felix Steiner to get, like, it was like a force of, like, 80,000, I think it was. It was like around 80,000 men. But the thing is, it was only 80,000 men on paper. In reality, the force that Steiner had, it was comprised mostly of Volkssturm. With Volkssturm, those were like the civilian militias in Germany. So the Germans had drafted, like, civilians, and these were mostly people who had no experience in warfare. They never fought in battles, and you had old men that were drafted into service. You had old men that were drafted into service. You had kids that were even used, like Hitler Youth were in these battalions. And on top of that, you had people who were sick, and you had people who were also, like, disabled, people who could not fight. And basically, Hitler wanted this unit of like 80,000 soldiers who were like kids and like old men. He wanted that unit to charge the Soviet lines and destroy the Soviet tanks. And the Soviet forces were like somewhere around 2 million at its height when they were like getting to Berlin. And so the Soviets had hundreds of tanks just surrounding Berlin. And basically Hitler wanted that 80,000, unit to just attack the Soviets head on. And Steiner refused the order. Steiner didn't do it. They didn't even have enough ammo for the attack. And what happened at that point is Hitler, for the first time, admitted the war was lost. And he had, he was just going on this crazy rant. He was blaming, the German people, the generals, a bunch of other stuff. And he said the war was over. But at that point, before that, he was always admitting that the war was, that they were still going to win the war. Wait, what, Denny? I'm confused. What do you mean, Denny? I'm just talking history. People like when I talk history on these videos. But yeah, that was I read a lot of history, so it's I do know a little bit about this type of stuff. But yeah, that's how delusional Hitler was. Is that literally he was about to Germany was about to collapse, and he was still fully confident that they were going to win the war. And he thought that this unit of 80,000 80,000 soldiers of kids and old people was somehow going to turn the whole war around and turn it in Germany's favor, which it wasn't. What do you think about Kaiser Wilhelm II, the last king of Germany? Oh, there's a general here. Okay. No. I'm gonna throw this farther. It's really hard to stealth kill generals. It's not easy. I know what I'm doing is kind of ridiculous, but I just need to stealth kill one more general to get this achievement. And do you guys like it when I talk history like this? Is that, I don't want to bore you guys, but it's, I just know a bit about World War II, and so that's one thing I can talk about a lot. Okay, now about Kaiser Wilhelm II. Here's what I'll say about Kaiser Wilhelm II. Kaiser Wilhelm II was not a good man, but he wasn't evil. That's what I'll say about him. And there's a difference for people that don't understand. There's a difference between being a bad person and being an evil person. There's a very big difference. And the difference is evil is much worse. But he wasn't evil. And so he was not a good man, like I said. The thing about Kaiser Wilhelm II is Kaiser Wilhelm II was very anti-Semitic. But the thing is, though, is when Hitler actually came to power, and when he saw, there was the, what was that, was it Kristallnacht, when that happened, when the Nazis were just going around smashing up Jewish stores, and just beating up Jewish shopkeepers, just murdering Jewish people in the street, Kaiser Wilhelm was horrified by that. So he was anti-Semite himself, and he was even horrified by that. And so that was Kaiser Wilhelm wanted Hitler to stop. He did. He thought that Hitler was going too far, and so he was disgusted with it. He was, and literally when Hitler had invaded France, Kaiser Wilhelm at that point, it was Hitler invaded France and Norway. He wrote that was the first time in his life that he was ashamed to be German. That's what the last king of Germany actually said. So he was still alive when World War II was raging, but he didn't live to see the end of World War II. He died. He passed away during World War II naturally. He wasn't murdered, but that was 9 means no. Thank you for sponsoring my channel, Cap. But here's the thing: how you know that here's how I know that that Hitler was evil and Kaiser Wilhelm was just bad. Is Kaiser Wilhelm understood that the war was lost in World War I? Basically, what happened in World War I was that the U.S. had entered World War I in April of 1917. In spring of 1918, Germany launched the Spring Offensive. Basically, what the Spring Offensive was is that the Soviet Union had just formed as a country. They signed a peace treaty with Germany. So Germany had the second largest army in the world, behind Russia. Germany took all their soldiers on the Eastern Front in World War I and sent them over to the Western Front. And they were greatly outnumbering the Allied soldiers. And so what Germany did was they did a massive push. They just tried to do a giant offensive and tried to overrun the Allies. They failed. They got slaughtered, they got destroyed. And after that push, the war was over. They was lost. They didn't have the manpower nor the supplies to launch another offensive. It was only a matter of time until they were going to lose the war. And so what happened was Kaiser Wilhelm understood that. He didn't like it, but he understood that the war was over. He knew that Germany had no chance of winning the war at this point. And so what he did was he negotiated peace with the Allies.
Bastards seem on the prowl hereabouts.
Okay, let's see. Take out this general. I think I'll finally get the achievement. Finally, I got the achievement. I did it. Oh, it's so hard. Stealth kill 5 generals. Okay, I did it. I unlocked it. Okay, finally. So what I was saying about Kaiser Wilhelm is Kaiser Wilhelm didn't like it that Germany was losing the war. Yeah, he wanted to win, sure, but he understood that if Germany keeps fighting, at this point, it's a lost cause. And he understood the more Germany keeps fighting, the more suffering the German people are going to have, and that Germany is going to be reduced to complete rubble if they keep fighting. And so what he did was he negotiated peace. And so many Germans had blamed him for defeat of Germany in World War I, but there was nothing more he could have done in World War I. And so he negotiated with the Allies. The Treaty of Versailles eventually happened. He was forced into exile, but he did the right thing. He did the right thing, because if he had kept fighting on, Germany would have been completely annihilated in World War I. There would have been nothing left. And so that's why he did it for his people. That's why that's why he ultimately resigned, and why he accepted Germany's defeat. But Hitler, on the other hand, Hitler wasn't like that. Hitler never agreed to, surrender. He could have several times. He never agreed to surrender. Hitler wanted to keep fighting to the last man, woman, and child. That was basically what Hitler was doing. So Hitler was going to sacrifice every single last German. And that's the difference. That's what evil is. So you see the difference between bad and evil with like Hitler and Kaiser Wilhelm is, Kaiser Wilhelm was just, not a good man, like I said, but Hitler was evil. Hitler was far worse than him. So that's what it was about him. I need more explosives. I have no more explosives left. You should also watch Valid on YouTube. He made a video where World War II ended in a stalemate between the Allies versus Soviets versus the Germans. He also made a scenario where the Germans fight the Vietnam War. Oh, he did? I would have to watch this guy's channel. Thank you, Antonio. I need more explosives. Is there an arms dealer anywhere nearby here? No, I don't think there is. I'd have to go to that one coastal town. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. What did the Allies do once they defeated Germany and examined the country? Well, the thing is, when the U.S. found like the concentration camps, they were very horrified by that. And one of the things that the U.S. did that was actually very it was very very good thing that the U.S. did was it helped with denazification. Do you know what the U.S. did to like denazify Germany? Because the thing is though is that let's take this guy down quietly. Oh,
Beg your pardon.
I don't think you can. He's just crouching there. But what the Allies did to denazify Germany, they knew the Allies knew that after the war they would have to denazify Germany. They knew that was going to happen because a lot of the German public still supported Nazism, and it was a lot of the German public that supported. I'm not saying every German was a Nazi, but huge chunks of the German public supported Nazism. And what happened was what the U.S. did to finally break Nazism, what they did to finally denazify, is they took Germans to, watch out here. They took Germans to concentration camps. That's what they did. So what the U.S. did was they took Germans from like civilians, from like towns, and they brought them to the concentration camps just so that they could see what happened. And the German civilians saw the bodies. They saw the conditions in which the prisoners had lived in. So the German public was horrified by that. And the thing about it is that the U.S., even though that sounds like brutal, what the U.S. did, like horrifying that the U.S. took the civilians and like took them to the concentration camps, the thing about that is the civilians needed to see that. They needed to see that. They needed to see the atrocities that their government had committed. Because think about it this way: if the U.S. had not shown the German public what happened in the concentration camp, if they just showed them pictures, if they didn't show them it for their own eyes, the German public would have just probably been saying, "Oh, that's propaganda." They probably would have said, "Oh, the pictures are fake." That's probably what they would have they would have said. So even though it sounds messed up that they showed them the concentration camps and they showed them, like, you know, the bodies and all that stuff, they had to see that because they had to understand what their government had done. It was a very effective way to denazify. When you're basically when you are completely brainwashed and you think your leader is doing the right thing and everything like that, the one of the ways to break the brainwashing is you have to show them, like, the harsh reality of what their leader had done. And that was like it. So you can look up pictures on Google where the U.S. soldiers had, like, you know, taken, like, you know, German civilians and showed them what the Nazis had done to the camps, and that was very important. That helped with denazification a lot. Okay, I'm gonna have to kill these guys here because I can't. Oh no. What do you think about Marshal Tito? Oh, the dictator of Yugoslavia? What person did you used to watch or listen to in the past, but you heavily dislike now? That's a great question. Somebody that I used to watch in the past, but I heavily dislike now? Assuming you mean YouTubers, right?
Shite! Bleeding!
What the? Where? The Saboteur lore video will be out after the Trevor, Brad, and Michael lore video. Okay, take out this bridge here. I don't know, I can't really think of somebody... Oh, great, a terror trooper. Those guys are the most elite Nazi enemies in the game, the terror troopers. This guy's probably gonna even survive a headshot. Yeah, see that? That's... The terror troopers are the terror troopers are Nazis that were fighting on the Eastern Front, and then they came to France. Damn, this is ridiculous. Oops. Okay. Now, somebody that I used to watch, but I dislike now, destroy 4 Nazi train bridges. Okay. I don't know. Like, somebody that I used to watch, but I
That should do it.
I don't know. They're really... The thing is, I haven't really been tricked by that many channels, so I
Looks like we lost him.
Yeah, planting charges while not getting seen. That is a very useful perk. Okay, let's go to that. I'm gonna go to that northern town now. What am I looking for in here? Oh, it's a jump.
Prepare for a fair day's pay.
Okay, what is this over here? I can't really think of anybody that I used to watch but I don't like now anymore. There was actually there was one YouTuber that I used to watch a bit, but I stopped watching him, and the main reason I stopped watching him is because I was disappointed in him. I didn't like hate him, but I was like disappointed in him. And I didn't even unsubscribe from him, and I'm not gonna mention his name because I still do kind of like him, but I was just disappointed. But basically, what happened with him is he was going through the exact same thing I was going through. But it was not where I was going through it with GTA content. He was going through it with Call of Duty content. So I got sick of doing just GTA Online, and I wanted to do like other games, and I did it. I started doing other games, even though they got less views. I mean, look at my Saboteur stream. I got 300 viewers versus my GTA stream, which is 1,000. But I still do this because I like playing these games and streaming these games. But basically, he said that he wanted to do other content, and he didn't want to just do just Call of Duty. And what happened was when he started doing other content, he eventually gave up and just went right back to doing only Call of Duty. And he was like, oh, they're not getting enough views. And it was like, is it really all about views? It's like you gotta do what you like doing, also what you're passionate about. And so I was just disappointed with that he just went right back on what he said he was gonna do and he started doing Call of Duty again. And so that was just that with that. One person was asking me in the comments what I thought of Tito. What I think about Tito is Tito wasn't as bad as like Stalin, but he was still a bad guy. I mean, he did imprison like his opponents. He had like islands in like Yugoslavia where he would prison islands where he would send people to. But about Tito, Tito is one of the most important leaders of the 20th century, and the reason that he's so important is because what if I was to tell you that Tito is the only man that Stalin was actually scared of? A lot of people don't know that. Tito was the only guy Stalin was actually scared of. Now, what I mean by this, what happened, is Yugoslavia liberated itself. And what happened was when Yugoslavia liberated itself, Tito came to power. Now, Tito, he was a communist, he was a dictator, but he put himself mostly in power. It wasn't like, the Soviets didn't had minimal help from the Soviets. And what ended up happening was the Soviets wanted to turn Yugoslavia into like a puppet state. And he didn't want that, and he said no. And when that failed, the Soviets tried to have him assassinated. So they tried several times to try to have him assassinated, and he foiled every single assassination plot. And what ended up happening was Tito got so sick of the assassins that Stalin kept sending after him, because Tito basically told Stalin to go screw himself. And so after Tito had stopped all the assassins that Stalin was sending, he wrote a letter to Stalin, and he said, stop sending assassins to kill me. He said, we've already caught a few of them, one with a rifle, one with a bomb. And he said, if you send one more, assassin here, I will send my own to Moscow, and I won't have to send another. And after that, Stalin never tried to have Tito killed. So that was the, because there was content? What do you mean, Raul? Opinion on Napoleon, on Napoleon Bonaparte. On here.
None of my business.
These guys right here are, by the way, these guys are Kriegsmarine. These guys are Nazi Navy. So these guys are different, take the MP40 with us too. These guys are different, soldiers. These guys are like Marines, basically. Well, Sean is Irish, but, well, thank you.
Ich finde das Schwein.
Maybe I'll actually take the trench gun. This I'll take instead. Yeah, the map in this game is massive.
Here it comes.
Oh, great. Okay, now about Napoleon. Oh great. Hang on, let me get to some. I gotta get out of here first. Oh great, this is not good right now.
Shite. I'm in trouble.
Okay, let's return to HQ. Hopefully I'll spawn closer. About Napoleon is, Napoleon is a very controversial figure. Oh, I wish I hadn't spawned here. Damn. Do I still have charges? I still have a lot of charges. Okay. Okay, now about Napoleon is, there was good things that Napoleon did. There was also bad things he did. About Napoleon, for example, is Napoleon despised royal privilege. He despised, you know, privilege, aristocracy. And Napoleon was an aristocrat himself, but he was actually from Corsica, which was conquered by France. Now, Napoleon in his youth considered himself a Corsican nationalist, but then later on he just considered himself French. And Napoleon actually spoke with a thick Corsican accent, so whenever you see him in movies, Napoleon never had a French accent. He never did. He spoke with a Corsican accent, because he was from the island of Corsica. Hang on, let's see here. I'm gonna take the Viper SMG2. So when Napoleon, you know, became dictator of France, because he was kind of a dictator, but then he became emperor, but he's mostly referred to as a dictator. So Napoleon had brought in Napoleonic law. So whatever, you know, territories that the French were in, they were subject to Napoleonic law. And Napoleonic law, what that basically did was, it said that everybody was equal under the law. So it didn't matter whether you were, you know, poor or rich. You didn't have special privileges just because you were rich. And you were also, aristocrats were equal to peasants. And the aristocrats really didn't like that. And that's actually one of the reasons that they tried to get rid of Napoleon, was because Napoleon had basically rose through the ranks and became, like, leader of France. And so the other monarchs felt that threatened them. And Napoleon also wanted to spread the ideas of the French Revolution to other countries. And so that was, the other monarchs felt threatened by him. They felt threatened by the fact that he was getting rid of, like, aristocratic power, and Napoleon also reduced the power of the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church had so much power, but he had reduced the power of the Catholic Church by a lot. Now, the thing about Napoleon, what I'll say about him, is that, like I said, he did some good things, where everybody was equal under the law. He got rid of aristocratic privileges, but then he did some pretty bad things. You know, one of the worst things Napoleon did was he reintroduced slavery. So slavery was actually banned during the French Revolution, but he actually brought it back. So he brought a law bringing slavery back, and the island of Haiti had actually revolted because of him. So that's what I'll say. That's what I'll say about him. Napoleon isn't like, he's not as bad as Hitler. There's like no comparison. Hitler's like 10 times worse. But, you know, Napoleon is not, like, you know, this completely evil figure also. He did bad things, like I said. He wasn't a good man. He did some good and some bad things. But he was, yeah. That's the background of Napoleon. Okay, we have a big base down here. What is this? Also, here's a thing for you guys, what I'll tell you, is that the opinion of Napoleon varies greatly on where you go. You know, for example, if you go to France, most people will probably have a positive view of Napoleon. If you go to Russia, most people are going to have a very negative view. If you go to Poland, most people are probably going to have a positive view. And you're probably wondering, why would people in Poland have a positive view of Napoleon? The reason for that was because Napoleon restored Poland as an independent state. So what actually happened was, oh, let's take this to Wolf Tank. This is going to be good. So, okay, oh, this is going to be good.
They say clothes only counts in harshes.
All of it. Okay, here we go. That was really easy, right? Okay. Okay, so now what I'll say about it, the reason that Poles like Napoleon is because Poland was actually conquered. So, while Napoleon wasn't a good man himself, the countries he fought against, Prussia, Austria, and Russia, these were not good countries either. Their governments were very cruel. And Napoleon, those countries, Austria and Russia and Prussia, had divided up Poland into 3 parts. When Napoleon, you know, entered Poland, he restored Poland as an independent state. He probably didn't do that as the goodness of his heart, but he restored Poland as an independent state because he saw that he could have an ally there. And so that's why a lot of Poles have generally a positive view of him, because he did restore Polish independence. It was still kind of like a, kind of like a puppet of France, the Polish state, but it had much greater freedom than it did under, like, Prussia, Austria, and Russia. No, you can't save that tank, not until you get the perk. Okay. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff to destroy on this map. But that was, yeah, that was that. And also, there was a lot of Polish people that actually fought in the French Revolution. A lot of people don't know that, but basically, revolutionary France was one of the few countries that actually recognized Poland as a country. So most other countries had actually not recognized Poland anymore. They had recognized only, like, Germany and Prussia, I should say, Austria and Russia. But revolutionary France had recognized Poland. And so a lot of Poles had actually fought in the French Revolution and had fought in the Italian campaign in the French Revolution. So that's probably one of the reasons that Napoleon had more of a positive view of Poles, is because Poles had helped him a lot in his campaigns. But here's what I'll tell you guys about it, and this is something that's very interesting piece of history that a lot of people don't know about. So what happened is the colony of Haiti, when Napoleon brought back slavery, and this is one of the worst things Napoleon did. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. When Napoleon had brought back slavery, Haiti rebelled. They wanted their freedom. They didn't want to be slaves anymore. And what happened was Napoleon was fighting a lot of different wars at the same time. And so he didn't have any troops to spare to send to Haiti. And he didn't want to lose Haiti as a colony. So do you know what he did? He sent Polish legions. So he sent the Polish soldiers there to Haiti to put down the slave uprising. And do you know what actually happened? When the Polish legions actually got to Haiti, a lot of them didn't want to shoot at the Haitians. They didn't want to put down the Haitian revolution. They didn't. And so the reason that they didn't want to shoot at the Haitians was because Polish people, basically a lot of them, Polish people were heavily oppressed. And so the Russians and the Prussians and the Austrians had occupied Poland for so long, and the Russians were the most brutal to Poles. They were the most brutal. They sent Poles to work camps. That's how brutal the Russians were to Poles. And so Poles, when they saw what the French were doing to the Haitians, even though they were on the French's side, they didn't want to do that, because they basically saw they saw it as, like, happening to themselves all over again. And so that's why Poles didn't want to shoot at Haitians, because they saw themselves as, like, they saw it basically as, like, happening to them all over again, and they were very sympathetic to the people in the they were very sympathetic to the Haitians. And so you can look this up. Look up that there was, like, Poles who didn't want to, like, shoot at the Haitian rebels. And what ended up happening was a lot of Polish people actually ended up staying in Haiti after the revolution, because Haiti gained independence. And what happened is a lot of Europeans were actually banned from the island of Haiti, but Poles were never banned from Haiti. They weren't, and that was because the Haitian king had seen that Poles had not participated in those atrocities. And so that was a very interesting part of history people don't know about. A lot of Polish people stayed in Haiti because they didn't want to put down the slave uprising, because they were very sympathetic to the Haitians. But there is some Haitian people that still have some Polish names. That there's like Haitian people that might have like a French first name and like a Polish last name. That's descendants from those Poles that stayed in Haiti. Let's see here. So we don't have that much targets left to destroy over here. I'm gonna play Chinatown Wars after Medal of Honor Rising Sun. That's actually on my list to do. Okay. This side is gonna be the best to plant a charge on. There we go. Tank's gone. The Biscari Massacre. Is that massacre that happened in World War II with the Italian prisoners? Am I right on that? Am I right on that, or am I wrong? Was that the one the U.S. was involved in? Yes, but I want to do Mercenaries 1 one day, too, again. Disguises do work in this game, you just can't be too close to them.
That's what you get, fucker!
There we go. That's taken care of. Okay. Yeah, we made a lot of progress here. You know any history about Macedonia? Not much. I know they were part of Yugoslavia, I believe, but I don't know much more than that. It was when some US GIs killed Italian POWs. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I thought it was a Biscari massacre. I was right on that. Basically, it was that Patton was like saying that, like, I think Patton said something. He said that we're gonna kill all the enemy or something like that, and his soldiers had took that and just basically just killed all the prisoners. Patton was never held liable for that, but it was you know, it was really bad.
Was um alles in der Welt ist
That's
das?
gonna stink.
great.
Come
No,
on.
no.
Hat eine Waffe.
Great. is up here.
Oh, fucking deadly!
Oh yeah, that turret will be perfect. Damn. Wrong one. How's pro commenting and playing at the same time? Pretty good at multitasking. Okay, let's see. Okay, why don't we go up to that race up there? The lore video is coming along good.
We've got a few different cars. Look around.
Pro's tired to answer chat? No, not really. I can still answer chat, no problem.
Hit something, didn't I?
Durchsuche die Gegend! Er kann nicht entkommen!
Verdächtig.
Da! Keine
Sie haben
Bewegung!
hier nichts zu suchen.
Ah, great. Ah, damn. Is it possible to drive only one car in this game? What do you mean? The entire time? Yeah,
We've got a few
yeah,
different
I
cars.
messed that up.
Look
That was
around.
my fault. The division and reunification of Germany.
Top of the morning to you.
Well,
Or whatever time it is.
when the thing about that is that
Weapons, monsieur.
there's some things about the German reunification that they don't tell you about, and let's see, Viper SMG will take that, and we'll take it. One thing that you don't really hear about with the German reunification is that some people argue the German reunification never fully succeeded, because the poorer parts of Germany are East Germany, because the East German government. Western Germany is more richer, but is almost like East Germany wasn't as invested in as West Germany was. And so a lot of people in East Germany, in East Germany, I don't know if this is true or not, but they think that people in West Germany like look down on them. And that's how some East Germans feel. Just a simple question. Can you stop putting spoilers in your video titles? What do you mean? Like, you mean on my playthroughs? Well, the thing about the playthroughs is that the playthroughs are you know, games that I've played like they're very old games, so they're games that haven't been out, like, you know, have been out for many years. It's I'll answer the German Empire question in a moment, but it was they are Mario, but yeah, so the what is, let me see, I gotta get out of here from this. I put those titles in because they're interesting and people know exactly what's gonna happen in them, and so they watch that. But the I never put, if you see my channel before, I never put spoilers on new games. So like new games that come out, like I don't put spoilers in those titles really. Like I might say what's generally going on, but I'm not going to, like, you know, put a character's death or something like that in it.
These bastards are fucking paranoid.
Okay, let's see if we can clear out this area. There's a lot of stuff here.
Suche nach dem Ziel! Das war eine Explosion!
Whoa. Interior content, thank you. Thanks, man. Okay, now, people kept asking me in the questions, what do I think about the German Empire? The German Empire was, you know, bad. You know, all empires are generally bad. And, you know, from a Polish perspective is, you know, they forced Poles to change their names. So Poles had to change their names to German names. And also, one thing that, you know, here's another thing, is Prussia, which was the largest German state, had an alliance with Poland. This is, you know, hundreds of years ago. So this is, you know, before the partitions of Poland. This is like 20 years after the American Revolution. And what happened was that Russia invaded, and Prussia backstabbed Poland and had actually conquered and divided it up with Russia. You know any French? Isn't comment ça va? Isn't that mean like how are you? I think. I remember I learned a few words a long time ago, but it's okay. Oh well, look at this place. My God, right?
I'll send you friends.
Wait, the gun can't be pointed that far down. Oh, great. Oh my God, those...
Motherfuck!
Oh my God, damn. Damn, I got destroyed. Maybe I'll play Medal of Honor Warfighter one day. How bad was the Spanish dictatorship? You mean Franco's dictatorship in Spain at this time?
If I don't
well,
sell something soon.
You know, fascist Spain wasn't as bad as, like, Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany was much worse, but fascist Spain was not a nice place to live either. No, I don't think so,
something deadly?
Buy an MP60 here. Yes, I know you, Daily. As much as he denies it, that's exactly what he's doing. This is the Saboteur. It's an open world World War II game.
Maybe a new car, yes?
Okay. Yeah, the countryside, we've just liberated so much of the, this will be easy. I have so much money right now, too. 19,000 contraband. Why aren't you tired? It's hard for me to become tired. I can stay up for very long periods of time. An open world World War I game? I don't know.
I will.
Focus.
Oh,
Focus.
God. Damn, I forgot about the bunker. Damn, that bunker got me. What's for dinner? Probably make some chicken cutlets. Thoughts on Tsar Nicholas II? Oh, he was an idiot. Yeah, the Tsar, the Tsar was a complete idiot. Yeah.
Maybe a new car, yes?
I'm gonna take that bridge down.
I deal in weapons.
He didn't deserve the way he died, though. He seemed like a kind man. The Tsar was... Nicholas was not a kind man. Not at all. Definitely not. The thing about it is that the kids, the Russian royal family, the kids definitely didn't deserve that. The Tsar, though, you could argue he definitely deserved that. And I'm not supporting the communists by any means. I'm just saying that the Tsar was like a failed leader, and not only was he a failed leader, he was a very bad leader. If you think that, though, that he was a kind leader, look up what Bloody Sunday was. Bloody Sunday in Russia. Not Bloody Sunday in Ireland, but Bloody Sunday in Russia, because there's a few Bloody Sundays. But basically what happened was a priest in Russia had led like hundreds of workers towards they were marching towards the royal palace, and they had a petition for the Tsar to improve, conditions. Do you know what the Tsar's soldiers did? They opened fire and just massacred the people. They just shot into, like, a crowd of just unarmed people. Bloody Sunday. That's what it was called in Russia. It's something that Tsar did. Plus, here's another thing that people don't know about Tsar Nicholas. Let's take guys all down here. The Tsar was actually the one who actually... well, it wasn't Nicholas, but I should say it was more the Tsars. The Russian monarchy.
Come on, you fucking poker!
Do you guys know about this? This is another historical thing. I'm gonna tell you guys that probably a lot of you guys probably don't know this. Aurora has machine guns. Yeah. Here we go. I'm not gonna get caught in the bunker again. Once I clear this bridge out, I'll answer this point a little bit here. Okay. Okay. So what I was gonna say now about the and you guys can look this up if you don't believe me, but a lot of people don't know about this. The Soviets weren't actually the first people who actually built the Gulags. People don't know that. Do you know who actually built the Gulags? The Russian Empire. They were the ones who actually built the Gulags. And these guys here. The Russian Empire, the monarchy, were actually the ones who started the Gulag system. They were called Gulags under Soviet times, but they were the ones who created that system. The monarchy was. People don't know that. And so the monarchy in Russia had actually ran labor camps in which anybody that they didn't like, they would deport them to these labor camps, and these labor camps were essentially gulags, like, you had these work camps that were, like, in remote parts of Siberia. And if you want to know what you could be sent to one of these work camps for example, if you were Polish, if you spoke the Polish language in your own country, you could be sent to one of the Tsar's gulags. And that was because the Russian Empire had actually tried to Russify Poland. They tried to destroy Polish identity. And so they had banned Catholicism, which Poland was largely a Catholic nation, and they promoted Russian Orthodoxy. And what they also did is if you tried to speak Polish, they would if you tried to teach your kids Polish, they could send you to one of these camps. And so there were so many, like, political prisoners that were in these Tsarist camps. But people don't know that. People don't know that it was the Russian Empire who actually built the original gulags. The Soviets expanded on them. The Soviets built more of them. That is true. The Soviets operated way more than the Russian Empire. But the Russian Empire was the one who started that system, that forced labor in Siberia. Are you going to play Need for Speed? Maybe one day. I'm not really that much into, like, games like that. Maybe I'll play the Burnout games, because I always like those games a lot. If you guys, anybody here play Modern Warfare 2? And, when I say Modern Warfare 2, I'm talking about the original Modern Warfare 2. In the original Modern Warfare 2, though, in the original one, they had it where Captain Price, remember, he's in a, like, that gulag, that big prison. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Well, guess what? That prison was actually, in Modern Warfare 2, was actually built during Tsarist times. It was built by the monarchy. So the Tsar was definitely not a good man. He was, a terrible leader. He got Russia into World War I, even though the vast majority of the Russian public didn't want to get involved in World War I. But he led his nation basically to ruin. And I'm not defending the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks were very cruel and bad people. But I'm saying is that ultimately I blame the Tsar for communism in Russia because it was his fault. Because he was incompetent, he was stupid, but he was also a ruthless and bad guy. You did not know that. Go on Google and look up forced labor in the Russian Empire. And you'll find it all about the Russian Empires, the Tsarist gulags.
Takes the edge.
Ah, the Irishman. I watched your race in Saarbrücken last year. You're very good. You almost beat Kurt Dierker.
I did beat that bastard, and I could do it again.
I like your spirit, Irishman. Of course, this isn't some swanky Grand Prix racetrack. This is a country race. A dirt race. For dirty drivers.
Sounds like just my cup of tea.
I'm glad to hear it. We race for contraband here. Pull your car up to the start line. We're ready to get started.
Now, thanks to the Tsar's stupidity, my country gained independence. Finland, Poland, what country? Lancaster? Finland, okay, so I guess partially right, yes. Now here's what a lot of people actually don't know. The Russian Revolution helped a lot of people in other countries because, not necessarily because they supported the revolution, but the Russian Revolution helped Poland and it helped Finland because both Poland and Finland were actually able to break away from Russia during that revolution. it now. Final lap.
Slippery bastard, ain't you?
No. There we go. Looks like they played a little dirty there. Ah, get. Did it? Okay. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Unlock that perk. How long do we stream for? I'm gonna end the stream in a little bit here. What do you think about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? Here's what I'll tell you is, a lot of Poles are very proud of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth also had a really dark history, which a lot of Poles don't want to admit to. Basically, Lithuanians were not treated equally in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, even though it was supposed to be a commonwealth between the two countries. Lithuanians were very underrepresented. It was mostly controlled by the Polish elite. Also, on top of that, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth's government was extremely corrupt, plagued with just corruption. It was they had some really elite units like the Winged Hussars, sure, but the parliament in Poland was controlled by aristocrats. And what actually happened was, with the Polish parliament, is that it was called an imperium veto. Basically, the entire parliament had to be unanimous in their decision-making. Unanimous. And if one aristocrat did not agree, they couldn't do anything. And so that was like why the country was faced with so many problems. It was because of the stupid aristocrats.
Fucking gotcha, didn't I?
Also, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but another thing I'll tell you, peasants were treated like garbage. There we go, causing a little bit of ruckus here now. Also, another thing about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is that the Polish aristocrats were traitors because they had collaborated with the Russians. When the Russians, they collaborated with the Russians, the Germans, and the Austrians. So when they had divided up Poland, the aristocrats had sold their own people out for, you know, wealth and power.
Yes, Toad.
Damn,
Hold it together.
Damn. What do you think about the Qing Dynasty? I actually don't know much about that.
Keep them right under their noses. It makes me laugh.
Okay. Oh, a half-track can carry a lot of soldiers. You would be surprised. How do you go about researching all these things? I didn't just, you know, start researching them. I just like to read a lot, and that's just, you know, where I guess a lot of my knowledge would come from.
Versteckt sich in der Nähe. Ich rieche seine Angst.
Okay, we'll blow up a few more things here, and then we'll probably wrap up the stream. We'll continue this. Don't worry. We'll finish 100% probably another day though. Have you read the Bible? Yes. I haven't read all of it. I read some passages in it. I don't even probably remember most of them now at this point, but when I was a kid, I did. Next Medal of Honor video tomorrow, or later today, technically. Why did the Japanese shogun close their country? Probably because they were scared of a possible invasion or influence in their country.
Now we're talking.
Okay. Up this way. There we go, it's another nest destroyed. Which empire is not evil? There really isn't an empire that's not evil. Well, almost empires are basically, you know, governments that are designed to just exploit other lands. That's pretty much what empires are. They're governments that exploit other lands and take advantage of them. So there really isn't such a thing as a good empire. There's some empires that are much worse than other empires, definitely. But there's really no such thing as a good empire.
Went fucking well.
alive over there. Okay. Oh. How hard was it to platinum this game? Platinum actually, this was, if you want to know something, this was actually the first platinum trophy I had ever gotten. This was the first platinum I'd ever gotten, this game specifically, but it wasn't a hard platinum to get, but it was very time consuming. Like having to destroy all this stuff here. Let me leave this right here for you.
Keep your knickers on.
Probably best to flee then, yeah. Okay. And might get rid of that bridge, and that'll be the last thing we do for the stream. Which is the most evil empire? Oh. If you mean modern day, like within the last 100 years, the most evil empire would be Nazi Germany. If you mean in, like, you know, hundreds of years ago, it's hard. It's, yeah. It'd be hard. That would be very hard to pinpoint what would be the worst one. The Mongolian Empire was very ruthless. They're definitely one of the worst. Trevor Brad lore video. It'll be up later this week. I hope you saw my community post. It'll be up later this week. You saw my community post, right, Asosa? Here. Okay. Is that okay with you that it's like I just delayed it a little bit? I've just been very busy, so I'm sorry about that.
Here we go again.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it. Okay. You guys want to see this bridge go up, right? Okay. Plant bombs in bridge.
Motherfuck!
Ooh, yeah. Shouldn't have jumped there, but whatever. Okay.
Oh crap, I sprung a leak.
Okay, these. I gotta get rid of these because these machine gun towers are gonna rip me up.
Shite.
What?
I'm in trouble.
Oh my god, a piece of the tower crushed me. You gotta be kidding me. Wow. That's epic fail. I literally got crushed by a piece of the tower. It fell on me.
Smells like old sausage.
Yeah, that was stupid. Okay, I guess we'll probably wrap it up here then. Okay, let's save here. Okay. We did make really good progress though on this. So, like, we destroyed a lot of the stuff in the cities, yeah. Like a lot of the stuff and just a lot of the stuff around the map just destroyed it too. So that's good. I'll still stick around and answer any questions people have. So if you guys have anything you want to ask me before I go, I'll still answer questions. So how long have I been streaming for? Oh, 4 hours. Damn, it's been 4 hours. I didn't even realize I've been streaming for 4 hours. Okay, I really just got into it. Okay, wow, I didn't even realize I've been streaming that long. Oh. Good night, brother. Love from India. Oh, thank you, Pesu. Thanks, man. Oh, he was one of, well, DHC, to answer your question, he was one of the most evil men in history. There's no way that there's going to be a PS5 Pro coming out in April. There's no way. Good night, Pro. We'll probably will watch some history videos. You got me in the mood. Okay. My first game that I ever played, probably Mega Man Legends. Favorite open world game? Saints Row 2. I don't know why they would support. I don't know why they would support Russia in that Super Mario. I'm good, Michael. How are you? Thank you, DHC. So I guess we will wrap it up here, guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on my Saboteur stream. I had a lot of fun on this. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll probably resume this within a few days, maybe later in the week. We'll do another part. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful day, guys.